la paz. ¿Qué ves cuando ves a América? Ves campos, montañas, ríos, hay tierra, agua y aire. Hay fauna y flora, hay biodiversidad, hay vida. Y si acercamos el foco, ves un continente con una inmensa vida rural, protagonizada por 60 millones de personas que todos los días producen, custodiando esos territorios. Son agricultores familiares, agroempresarios, campesinos, grupos vulnerables y otros actores que dan un sentido de pertenencia e identidad a la ruralidad. Ellos son los garantes del presente y futuro agroalimentario, nutricional y ambiental, que desde las Américas se proyecta al mundo. Bienvenidos a las Américas, el presente y futuro del agro. El desafiante escenario internacional, con sus amenazas y oportunidades, coloca la agricultura al tope de la agenda global para continuar proveyendo alimentos abundantes, sanos, inocuos, nutritivos y accesibles, en armonía con la naturaleza. El contexto destaca las tres responsabilidades de nuestra agricultura con la vida en el planeta: seguridad alimentaria y nutricional, seguridad energética, sostenibilidad ambiental. También exige enfrentar la crisis climática, caracterizada por eventos cada vez más frecuentes y extremos, que genera retos insospechados para la producción de alimentos y la vida de los ecosistemas. La agricultura asume hoy otro rol fundamental en las estrategias de desarrollo sostenible de los países. Lo hace desde una renovada visión sistémica que une producción, comercio y consumo, promoviendo un uso racional y responsable de los recursos renovables, la economía circular y adoptando el enfoque de una salud. Por sus fuertes vínculos con la mitigación y la adaptación al cambio climático, la agricultura es parte de la solución. Las Américas y el rol de la agricultura. Las Américas generan más del 25% de la producción agropecuaria mundial. Una de cada 3 toneladas de alimentos comercializada internacionalmente proviene del continente. Se trata en síntesis de una región heterogénea, mega diversa y con amplios espacios de complementación que debe superar una contradicción: su capacidad para generar excedentes de alimentos que contrasta con niveles insostenibles de pobreza e inseguridad alimentaria. Enfrentar esta realidad requiere promover una nueva generación de políticas que promuevan el desarrollo sostenible, la inclusión social y la resiliencia, teniendo a la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación como los factores determinantes para lograr cambios profundos y duraderos. Mayor conectividad rural y alfabetización digital son también imprescindibles para avanzar hacia una cultura intensiva en conocimientos que incorpore a jóvenes, mujeres y grupos vulnerables. El rol del IICA, una renovada cooperación. Desde la nueva ruralidad, debemos sentar las bases para una intensificación productiva sustentable y una agricultura climáticamente inteligente que tienda puentes entre los sectores rural y urbano. Un sistema de cooperación hemisférico innovador, basado en tecnologías digitales, que fortalezca la toma de decisiones en tiempo real y actúe en respuesta a las necesidades de los países a través de una red de oficinas en el continente, es vital para alcanzar esos objetivos. Desde el IICA, con socios y aliados, construimos una nueva estrategia basada en la cooperación sur-sur, que apunta a la generación de bienes públicos compartidos y sustentada en 3 dimensiones estratégicas. 1. Una mirada desde las Américas al mundo, estableciendo puentes hacia otros continentes. 2. Construcción de consensos para una acción colectiva frente a las renovadas responsabilidades de la agricultura y la crisis climática. 3. Un IICA de puertas abiertas, que construye alianzas estratégicas con mandantes, con el sector privado, con la academia, organizaciones de la sociedad civil. Debemos apoyar la transformación de un sector agrícola que dé un nuevo dinamismo a las zonas rurales. Es tiempo de una nueva alianza continental. Es tiempo de una renovada agricultura que sea parte de la solución y un instrumento del desarrollo sostenible para la paz. Es tiempo de volver a preguntar: ¿qué ves cuando ves a América?
Buenos días, honorables señoras y señores. Para el
Good
Instituto
morning, honorable
Interamericano
ladies
de
and gentlemen.
Cooperación para la
For the
Agricultura, ICA,
Inter-American
es muy
Institute
grato
of Cooperation
recibirlos
for
en
Agriculture,
esta,
AICA,
su
it's a pleasure
casa de
to
la
receive you
agricultura
today
sostenible de las
in the House of
Américas,
Sustainable
por lo que les
Agriculture of the
damos la más
Americas.
cordial
We welcome you
bienvenida en ocasión de la
on occasion
celebración
of
de la
this
quinta
fifth
edición
edition
del Foro
of the
Permanente de
Permanent Forum
Ministras,
of
Viceministras y
Ministers, Vice
altas
Ministers,
funcionarias
and
de las
high
Américas,
officials
FOPEMA.
of the Americas.
Este foro es
This forum
organizado
is organized
conjuntamente
jointly
entre el Instituto Interamericano de
between
Cooperación
the
para la
Inter-American
Agricultura,
Institute for
ICA,
Cooperation on
y la
Agriculture, ICA,
Comisión
and the
Interamericana de
Inter-American
Mujeres,
Commission
SIN,
of Women,
y es
SIN.
coauspiciada
It
por
is
el ICA,
also
el Banco
co-sponsored by
Mundial
AICA,
y
the
el
World
Banco de
Bank,
Desarrollo
and
de
the
América Latina
Latin
y el
American Development
Caribe,
Bank and the
CAP.
Caribbean Development Bank.
Por tal motivo, saludamos
We
al
therefore wish to
excelentísimo
greet
señor
His
Manuel Otero,
Excellency Mr. Manuel
director
Otero,
general del
Director
Instituto
General of the
Interamericano de
Inter-American
Cooperación
Institute
para la
of Cooperation on
Agricultura,
Agriculture,
ICA,
AICA,
quien preside
who will
esta
be
sesión
presiding
inaugural.
this inaugural
Nos
session.
honramos también
We
en
are also
saludar
honored to
a quienes
greet
nos acompañan de forma
those joining
presencial
us
y
here
virtual.
in person and also
Excelentísimas
virtually.
ministras,
Your
honorables
Excellencies,
viceministras y altas
ministers, honorable vice
funcionarias de
ministers,
las
and high officials
Américas
of the
de las
Americas
diferentes
of the
carteras.
different
A la
areas.
excelentísima señora Rosa
Her Excellency
Carolina
Ms. Rosa
Mejía
Carolina
Gómez,
Mejia Gomez,
alcaldesa del Distrito
Mayor of the
Nacional del
National
Ayuntamiento
District
Nacional
of
de
the National
República
Township
Dominicana,
of
que nos
Dominican
acompaña
Republic,
de forma
who
virtual.
is joining virtually.
Señora Patricia
Ms.
Vandevelde,
Patricia Van de Velde,
responsable de género de la agricultura y
responsible for gender in
alimentación del
agriculture and
Banco
food
Mundial.
in the World Bank.
Señor Florentino
Mr.
Fernández,
Florentino
asesor
Fernandez,
para México y
advisor for Mexico and
Centroamérica
Central
del Banco
America
de Desarrollo de
of
América
the
Latina
Latin
y el
American and
Caribe,
Caribbean
CAP.
Development Bank,
A
CAF.
las honorables señora Alejandra Mora,
Honorable
secretaria ejecutiva de la
Madam
Comisión
Alejandra Mora, Executive
Interamericana
Secretary of the
de
Inter-American
Mujeres,
Commission
SIN.
for Women,
A las autoridades de los
to the
gobiernos
authorities of
nacionales
national
y
governments and
regionales
regional
y
governments,
locales,
as well as
a los
local
organismos
governments,
internacionales, a las
international
mujeres rurales que
organizations,
son líderes de las
rural women
Américas,
and leaders of the
al
Americas,
señor Marco Zapata,
Mr.
jefe de
Marco
gabinete del
Zapata,
director
head
general
of the
del ICA,
Cabinet of Director
a la
General at
señora
AICA,
Priscila Zúñiga
Ms. Priscila
Villalobos,
Zúñiga
gerenta del
Villalobos,
programa
Manager
de
of
equidad de
the
género y
Program
juventudes
for
del ICA,
Equity, Gender, and
al
Youth at
personal del
AICA,
ICA,
to all AICA staff
participantes en general,
and participants,
así como también a quienes nos
as
siguen
well as
por
anyone
medio de
following
las redes
over
sociales.
social media.
Sean todos ustedes
Welcome,
bienvenidos.
everyone.
A continuación, las palabras
We
de
will now have
bienvenida
the
del
welcoming words
excelentísimo señor
by His
Manuel Otero,
Excellency Mr. Manuel
director
Otero,
general
Director
del ICA.
General of AICA.
Muchas gracias, Ronald. Muy buenos días a todos
Thank
y a
you so
todas.
much, Ronald, and good morning, everyone.
Rompiendo el protocolo, quería
I'd like to
hacer
break
un
protocol a
anuncio
little
creo
bit, if I
importante,
may. I
y es
have
que
an
ese
important
señor que viene
announcement. That
caminando
person
ahí,
just
Rafa
walking
Cartín,
in, Rafa
cumpleaños.
Cartin, is
Él
having
tiene
his birthday today.
25 años de
He's
ICA.
been with ICA for 25 years.
Eres un ejemplo de amistad,
You're really an
compañerismo,
example of
trabajo,
friendship
entonces
and
se lo
a
merece.
a
Tiene un
good
año más de experiencia,
colleague. You're
pero
so
bienvenido.
professional.
Bueno,
One more year of experience and
reitero
welcome.
los deseos de bienvenida a las
So once
excelentísimas
again,
ministras,
I wish to echo the words welcoming Your Excellencies, ministers, vice ministers, high officials of the different areas of the Americas, ambassadors joining us, such as the ambassador of Chile, Ms. Margarita Portugues, and the recently designated ambassador of Canada in Costa Rica, Johanna Sajas Martin. Welcome to all our strategic partners. Very especially, I'd like to recognize Madam Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Honduras. We are always working closely with you. We are really grateful for all our work together. To all international organizations, rural women, the AICA team, I have to say that because I tend to forget they are, of course, fundamental. It's thanks to them that we can ensure we continue our technical cooperation. So on behalf of Priscilla, I would like to thank you all for your work. For AICA, it's a pleasure to once again be the host for this important forum, permanent forum of ministers, vice ministers, and high officials of the Americans, with women that are at the highest level of politics, bringing together rural leaders and women in academia, the financial sector, and others. As a technical secretariat of FOPEMA, ICA has been very glad and takes this very seriously, a process that began in 2021, and today it's the fifth forum we are holding. The Inter-American Board of Agriculture, the maximum decision-making body of AICA, has instructed me to support the institutionalization of this forum FOPEMA, and that's what we have been working on. Later on, our head of cabinet will refer to the progress we've made in joint work with authorities in agriculture, trying to close the gender gaps that are affecting women in the hemispheric agenda, and also to call upon governments and strategic allies, such as those that are part of this forum today, all of us to join efforts and work towards reducing gender inequalities. We are very clear on the central role of women and the great inequalities they have to face. We see this in the lack of parity in number of women that have ministerial posts in agriculture, but also the inequalities that rural women face in their productive participation as well as activities of care. I would like to recognize very especially the 3 women ministers of agriculture in our continent. We just have 3 of 34. And by order of oldest in post, the Secretary of Agriculture in Honduras, Laura Suazo, who's joining virtually. The Minister of Agriculture, Ms. Marta Carvajalino, who has been here twice, and she is once again here with a wonderful delegation representing her. And lastly, the Minister of Agriculture of Nicaragua, Ms. Indiana Fuentes Ramirez. Just 3, but they do so much more than just 3 people. So I have to acknowledge that. In the latest editions of our forum, we have supported the ministers in trying to talk about the crisis of care in rural environments, bringing visibility to their burdens and challenges. Once again, we should remember that women in rural areas have limited access to agricultural inputs and to assets, which leads to a gender gap in productivity that is 24% compared to agricultural operations led by men in similar sizes. On average, women earn almost 20% less than men in salaried or paid agricultural work. For every dollar that a man earns, a woman only receives 80 cents. The consequences this has on agri-food systems are enormous. If women cannot produce, trade, participate, and lead rural organizations and national organizations, their economic empowerment would be impossible. But that's not the extent of the consequences. There's also a negative impact on our economies because we are losing the great contributions of women because their daily work is also added with the care of others. So to that, we have to add that. A large percentage of bilateral help programs and aid is also destined towards women. According to a report of FAO in 2023, the role of women in agri-food systems, and if we were to close the gender gap in agricultural productivity, closing also the differences in salaries and wages in agri-food systems, the GDP worldwide could increase by 1%. This would contribute to reduce world food insecurity, benefiting 45 million people more with access to enough food. The question everyone is probably asking themselves is, what are we waiting for? This is really a clear need. It worries us that there have not been corrective measures yet. So we have to ensure we take measures to defeminize care and to ensure that all actors and stakeholders take part and are responsible for it, with policies, resources, capacity building to provide the resources necessary so that rural women can produce more and better, to get trained and lead to ensure agriculture into the future. The consequences of having half the population underdeveloped or not developed just as men is a threat to inclusion and even the equilibrium of agri-food systems. Another priority is to advance on the economy of care, to provide value to non-remunerated domestic work and care. These activities are considered assets or economic services because they do not just create value, but they also entail costs in terms of time and energy necessary to perform them. The mandate at ICA calls us to ensure that we give a position for women at the center of our efforts with a territorial vision. 2 days ago, we celebrated the International Day of Rural Women. Yesterday, the World Day of Food. And so, just commemorating these special moments, the future of agriculture depends on us being able to break these limitations with which women participate in agri-food systems. If we do not ensure equality for women, how are we going to ensure there's enough food to go around, where the demand will double in the next 50 years? How will we ensure that all the population can access to the benefits that this should provide? And they are key agents in these systems. Likewise, the future of agriculture is important. So we have to continue adding our efforts. To close and to start this strategic forum, I wish to once again thank the technical alliance that we have with the Inter-American Commission on Women, SEAM, which is our sister entity in the Inter-American system, with the World Bank, with CAF, and their support, providing resources so that we can learn from national experiences and from rural women leaders who should be helping us guide our work. Your Excellencies, ministers, vice ministers, and high executives, high officials of the Americas and other institutions, thank you so much for trusting ICA to continue supporting the process as a technical secretariat and to continue treading the path towards the future of agriculture, where we need women to produce, lead, and innovate. If not, we won't have a future. Thank you so much and have a good day.
Muchas gracias, señor director general.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director General. And we now conclude the opening act. I wish now to ask Ms. Priscila Zúñiga to take the floor. She is the manager of the Gender Equality and Youth Program at ICA, who will be presenting the start of the event and continue moderating. Please go ahead. Thank you and have a great day. Good morning, dear ministerial authorities, ambassadors, and of course those joining me. I'd like to greet our head of cabinet, our director general, all our colleagues from the World Bank and CAF and SEAM, who have been part of our strategic alliances to be able to have this fifth session of the forum successfully. It is truly an honor for me to open this fifth edition of the Forum of Women Leaders in the Americas. Once again, breaking protocol, I have to say, because the idea is for us to have more of a dialogue in this space and for all of us to see each other, all those who are here together as strategic partners to ensure we have gender equality in agri-food systems. So I will now show a QR code just so that we can look at what we will be doing in these 2 days. As we've said, this is the 5th edition, and the topic chosen in this care is measuring care to make visible the contribution of rural women in the agri-food systems of the Americas. It has been quite a broad study. We have some colleagues that are joining us now on second occasion. You see so many participants compared to last year. In person, we have so many more people today. And just a reminder, we started all this virtually, and now we have an in-person meeting. And after having had so many meetings, both virtual and physical, is really something that makes us proud. The issue of care was something we started discussing even from the 3rd edition of the forum. It has been a long way since then. We've discussed with political leaders in agriculture and women leaders on the different gaps we have, especially for women in rural areas. And one of them is how they divide up their time when they have so much in terms of domestic work and care work also burdened upon them. So for them to participate in agri-food systems, this is an important challenge. And that's why we'd like to share 2 large approaches. As we showed in the video at the beginning, our DG and EICA has ensured there's an alliance for food security and sustainable development last year, and the Inter-American Board of the of Agriculture. A part of the agreements was having this permanent forum to ensure we continued working on the different matters covered with women leaders of the Americas. Last year, we also had another important topic arise, which will be covered in this meeting as well, which is the declaration of the decade for adolescent and adolescent women and girls in the Americas. So we call you to this meeting in the context of these 2 efforts. As I said, this had started from 2 previous editions already of the forum, and some of the things we've tried to do is provide visibility to taking action, but also how much we need to measure. We need to quantify participation of rural women on the one hand, and also quantifying how much is being invested in care, because here we wish to call attention to co-responsibility or shared responsibility. And this is something that women at our colleagues at UN Women, ECLAC, and of course at SEAM and other organizations have been working on. In Costa Rica, we say that we're not really reinventing the wheel. We're just joining efforts, and we want to work together on a same topic. And just give this new view to rurality and to improve the role of women in agri-food systems. So we're going to start our path today with a keynote speech by the mayor of the National District of Dominican Republic, Her Excellency Ms. Rosa Carolina Mejia, who will be sharing first the importance of SDG 5 in rural environments, and she will be talking about challenges beyond the 2030 agenda. We will then start looking at another area with the Chief of Staff here next to me to look at how much we've progressed in the 5 editions of the Permanent Forum of Ministers, Vice Ministers, and High Officials of the Americas. We also have some time to hear from progress in the declaration of the decade
de la CIM, doña Alejandra Mora. Y
of
finalmente,
the Secretariat of SIM, Ms. Alejandra Mora. And we will also have a presentation on products that have been obtained after these different editions of the forum. And that would lead us to close the first part of the inaugural day. We will then take it to panel 1, where we will have participation of authorities in agriculture to again talk about quantification of women's participation in rural agri-food systems in the Americas, and to provide visibility to the importance of systems of care with a territorial approach. As we've said, care is something that really touches us all women. And when we start looking at intersectionality, we see that rural women are the ones suffering most. So we are all very glad to hear the different presentations from our authorities. And then in panel 2, we will have authorities talking about equality. We will have our special guest, Vice Minister Cindy Rodriguez from Honduras, and different talks on the importance of quantifying care work in rural settings and the impact they have on equality policies, always with the view to rural environments. We will also have then panel 3 that has a conversation on good care practices and their impact on the lives of rural women. Today, we have rural women's and women leaders of the Americas that will share their experiences, providing their vision, working in these systems and how they have benefited from them. And then that would bring us to panel 4, closing the day, to look at progress and challenges in quantifying the systems of care in the Americas. We want to give visibility to some of the champions, as we can say it, the champion countries that have led this process and have made great efforts in their areas to bring this visibility. And we want to share their experiences. And so that would be it for today, going over the agenda. And finally, we have an initiative that has been led by RDG, CIMAC, and Fab Lab. We're very glad to ensure that you can get to know it. ICA has many initiatives, and these are 2 important ones, and that would close the day for today. And for those joining virtually, you won't have this cocktail reception later on, but those in person will have some time for chatting at the end of the day. That would bring us to the close of the day. And then we will look again at what we have for the second day tomorrow. But just to mention, on that second day, we will begin with a keynote lecture from the World Bank on the impact of care work on women's economic participation and their contributions to national GDPs, challenges, and opportunities within the context of agriculture. And then we will also have just a second to ensure that our executive secretary can sit.
Posteriormente vamos a hacer un repaso por las
And
recomendaciones
then we
de
will
las
be looking
entidades
at
financieras
recommendations
para
for a
reforzar
care
precisamente
economy
sobre la
in
importancia de
agri-food
la economía de
systems.
los cuidados en los sistemas agroalimentarios. Vamos cerrando ese día
And
para escuchar a nuestra secretaria
we will
ejecutiva de la CIM, doña Alejandra Mora, para
close on
hablarnos sobre el
that
mecanismo
to hear from
interamericana de
SEAM
cuidados. Y además
sharing
vamos a
the
contar con la
presentation of the Inter-American
participación de
Model Law
nuestros
on
colegas de
care.
CEPAL
And we will
para
also
poder
have
hablar
our
acerca de las
colleagues from
propuestas del
ECLAC
uso del tiempo
talking about
desagregadas justamente desde lo
surveys in the
urbano
use
y
of
lo rural.
time,
Con esto
separating rural
estaríamos
and urban.
cerrando el día para poder posteriormente
Then we would
iniciar una
start
construcción conjunta de una hoja
on
de ruta hacia el
joint work
2025
for a
y que
roadmap
esto
towards
contribuya tanto
2025,
a la alianza como a la
contributing
declaración
towards
del presente.
alliances and the
Finalmente
declaration of the decade.
tendríamos el
And
cierre
then
de
the
nuestra sesión el
conclusion
día de
of the
mañana y
session for
estaríamos
tomorrow
acompañada por
we will have the Minister of Equality and Women, Ms. Cindy Quesada of Costa Rica, and we will also have our Director of Technical Cooperation, Mr. Muhammad Ibrahim, and our Director General, Mr. Manuel Otero. And with that, we're very happy to have you all here, and hopefully we'll have a wonderful session with much dialogue, exchanges, and learning, so that we can have a network that continues creating actions to improve the lives of rural women, and especially to build more egalitarian societies with shared responsibilities and equality in agri-food systems. Thank you so much. And with that, we give the floor to Ileana Ramirez. Go ahead.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. It is a pleasure to greet you. I have the honor to introduce Mrs. Carolina Mejia Gomez. She is the mayor of Santo Domingo City, Dominican Republic, and she will give us the keynote presentation, SDG 5, Gender Equality Challenges Beyond the 2030 Agenda. And she will have 20 minutes for her presentation because of the busy agenda we have for today. Thank you for being part of this forum. Go ahead, floor is yours. Thank you. Good morning. Thanks, Ileana. Thanks, Priscilla. As you have said, the topic to discuss today is the SDG number 5, related to gender equality and women empowerment. Distinguished member of this fifth Permanent Forum of Ministers, Vice Ministers, and high authorities, high officials of the Americas, colleagues, friends. It is an honor and a privilege for me to participate in this fifth Permanent Forum. I want to thank your invitation, and I would like to especially highlight Mr. Manuel Otero, Director General of AICA, for giving me the opportunity to address a quite important topic, gender equality and women empowerment, and the framework of the SDG number 5. Gender equality is not only a matter of social justice, it is an imperative for sustainable development. When we women thrive, our communities, our economies, and our nations flourish as well. That is why it is important that we talk a little bit about the global context. Worldwide, we have been able to make some progress in the battle for gender equality. However, the reality is still discouraging. According to the UNDP report on Human Development 2020, it is estimated that at this pace, gender parity in work will not be reached till 2070. It means that many of our daughters and granddaughters could face the same barriers many of us have faced. Figures are concerning. 1 out of 3 women in the world has experienced some kind of serious violence in a period of time of her life. In many countries, women continue facing significant barriers to have access to education, health, and political participation. These injustices affect not only women, they have consequences in the society as a whole. In Latin America, we face specific challenges requiring urgent attention. Although we have seen improvement in the political representation of women, is the case here in Dominican Republic. And the access of education, we have to say that there are still serious inequalities that limit our progress. I want to mention among them, first, gender violence. This violence against women is a quite alarming crisis in our region. According to ECLAC, 28% of women in Latin America have experienced physical or sexual violence from their partners. This situation not only affects health and well-being of women, but it has an impact, a devastating impact in our communities, in our countries. Likewise, we need to mention the economic gap. Although we are more and more present in the labor market, we continue facing salary gaps that are very important. In average, in Latin America, we women earn 20% less than our colleagues, our men colleagues, for making the same job. This limits the economic autonomy of women. And also, again, I emphasize in the fact that it has an impact on the economic development of our nations. In third place, political participation. Although we have seen progress in political representations, I mentioned the case of Dominican Republic. And from my position as General Secretary of the government political party, we have made efforts. And in the three electoral processes we have participated, in 2016, we only obtained 9 of our political women that were able to get a seat in the Congress. In 2020, it raised to 19, and this year we are 40. But we have to say that they are not duly represented in these leadership positions. According to UN Women, only 30% of the parliaments in Latin America are constituted by women. This lack of representation limits our capacity to address the needs and concerns of women. Women representation in policy is a key aspect of empowerment. We need more women in leadership positions, not only as a symbolic objective, but because from our participation in decision-making processes, policies more inclusive and effective are generated. When I talk to colleagues, female and male from my political party, and the different activities I conduct in the city, I used to say that many of our cities and countries need to heal. And from this sensitivity that belongs to women is from where we can affirm, and statistics measure it, that we can have this positive impact in our cities, in our societies, and in our countries. Diversity in leadership is translated into a better representation of the needs of the population. And we need to talk about the not remunerated work or job. This burden of this unpaid work, you know that unproportionately falls on women. We are the ones who perform most of care tasks at home. That limits our capacity to participate in the labor market, but also perpetuates gender stereotypes and inequalities at home. That is why we need to address this sustainable development goal number 5, as it is a commitment, a collective commitment. This objective aims to end all these forms of discrimination and violence against women and girls. It implies that we should not only create laws and policies, but we need to focus in the effective implementation of these laws and policies. We need a holistic approach that addresses the underlying causes of this gender inequality. And of course, education is one of the tools, one of the most powerful tools to empower women. When a girl has access to education of quality, her future improves, but it impacts positively in her community. Education provides skills and the necessary confidence to participate in the economy and in politics. Economic empowerment of women is vital. Access equality to labor opportunities and the removal of the salary gap are essential steps. Implementing policies promote the inclusion of women in the labor market, the support to entrepreneurs, and training and technical skills are actions that need to be a priority. Also, it is vital to recognize and value the unpaid work women that very often include care of children, parents, and home management. Conciliation policies between labor life and family life are essential for women to be able to participate in full into the economy. And to do so, it is also vital to address the cultural standards as well as the social ones that perpetuate this inequality. Education and awareness are vital to change perceptions and attitudes. We need to involve men and boys in this struggle for gender equality by promoting a model, positive masculinity model that supports women empowerment. I have to say, I'm pleased to share with you a testimony that I experienced on a women forum where some men were invited, and their examples and their testimonies on how, when they realized that the decisions to give women opportunities were in their hands, by being aware, made them very important partners of women in these last years. That is why I would like to highlight the progress we have had in our country in two aspects, two major aspects that we just mentioned. One, the policy of care, and the other one, the eradication of child marriage. And Law 121 and its approval, the Dominican Republic forbids child marriage, and this represents a significant progress in relation to gender equity in the country. It aims to protect girls' rights and to promote their well-being, assuring their access to education and to have development opportunities. Child marriage often ends on a violation of vital rights and perpetuates cycles of poverty and inequality. Also, I want to highlight that we have implemented a pilot for a care policy, and this is a very important step for me towards the recognition and redistribution of care tasks that traditionally, as mentioned, has unproportionately been in the hands of women. This policy has the potential to improve life quality of many families and to allow women to participate in full in the labor force and to promote better gender equality in the domestic and professional scopes. Both initiatives are essential to build a fair and egalitarian society, and the success of these measures will depend on the implementation, on the effective implementation, and on the sensibilization of society in relation to the importance of gender equity. In this forum, we can make this call to action. We have the opportunity to share experiences, strategies, and good practices that help us to progress towards gender equality. I invite you, so when you go back, those who are present in this forum, when you go back to your corresponding countries, take with more power the commitment to continue being agents of change. Gender equality is not an objective that we're going to achieve from day to night. It is a way that we have gone through and we should go through all together, supporting us mutually and learning from our experiences. We can create a future where each woman and each girl has the opportunity to reach her highest potential. With each step given towards equality, we are building a fairer and more equitable world. And I want to share with you the joy I feel because next Sunday we will inaugurate the Future Center, a center that will work in Cristo Rey, a neighborhood with extreme vulnerable population that will allow us to bring knowledge, education, free technical education to our women, to our girls in different areas. And that on a holistic matter, we are facilitating, once it is created, funding for them to be able to start their entrepreneurships. This joy between sensitive men and women is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you for this opportunity. God bless you all.
Muchísimas gracias,
Thank
alcaldesa
you,
Carolina
Mayor
Mejía. La verdad
Carolina
que ha sido
Mejía.
un muy buen
It
abrebocas
has been
para
a
estos 2
good
días de trabajo de
eyes
trabajo
opener for
y de
this
complejidad.
2 days of
Agradezco
work and
muchísimo que
complexity.
haya
I
relevado
really
aspectos
appreciate you have
importantes
mentioned
como
such
esas
important
principales
aspects such
brechas
as
en materia
the
de
main gaps
violencia,
in relation to
desigualdad
violence,
social y
salary
económica,
gaps, and the economic scope,
sociopolítica. Y
political
sobre todo
participation, and
que nos recuerde,
particularly
ahora que
that you
estamos
remind
iniciando este
us, and now
espacio,
that we are
que hablar de
initiating this
género no es
space, that
solo
talking
justicia
about gender
social,
is not
¿verdad?
just about social
Realmente es un
justice.
tema
It
que
is
impacta en lo
a
económico, en lo
topic that has an
cultural, en todos los
impact
aspectos de nuestra
economically,
vida y de
culturally,
todas
in any aspect of
nosotras.
life of everybody, not
Por
only
supuesto,
women's life.
también por hacer esa
And of course,
referencia
for making
o
this
tener esa
reference,
mente de que el
for us to keep
ODS
in
no es
mind
un
that
compromiso
SDG 5 is a
colectivo, que
collective
no es una
commitment.
tarea solo
It
de
is
las
not a
mujeres, sino
task
que
only
de la
for
sociedad
women,
en su
but it
conjunto
belongs
y que
to the
efectivamente
society as
pues
a
que este
whole.
espacio de
And
reflexión
this
va en
space
esa dirección, ¿no?
goes in
Entender que
this
este es un
direction to
compromiso
understand
colectivo
that
y es
this is a
acorde con las
collective
acciones
commitment in
políticas
agreement
que
to collective
estamos
actions. AICA
impulsando
is
en el
promoting,
entendido de que es un
understanding that without women, there's no
muchísimas
future in
gracias, señora
agriculture.
alcaldesa.
Thank you so much,
Un gusto
Mrs.
tenerla aquí
Mayor.
en
It's a
nuestro
pleasure
programa
to have you
de Visión de Género.
in this meeting. Thank you. Thanks to you.
Bueno, y luego de esa maravillosa
After this
presentación que
wonderful
nos ha hecho nuestra
presentation
querida
given by
alcaldesa,
the
vamos a
mayor,
pasar a la
we will
siguiente
move to
sección
the
del
next
foro,
session of the
que es la
forum,
presentación
which is
justamente
the
de los avances que
presentation of
hemos
the
tenido
progress we have
desde la primera
had
edición del
from the
foro
first
en
edition of the
2021
forum in
y que,
2021,
bueno, ya en
and that
2022 podemos decir que
in
estamos ya celebrando la quinta
2024,
edición
we are
y
celebrating
muchas
the
más
fifth
estarán
edition of
sucediendo.
many
Así que
more
le
that
cedo
we'll
la
have in the
palabra
future. So
a
I'll give the
Marco
floor
Zapata, que
to
es el
Marco
jefe
Zapata,
de gabinete de
the Chief
AICA,
of Staff
que
of
va a hacer un
AICA.
recuento de lo
He
que ha
will make
avanzado en el foro.
a
Adelante, Marco. Gracias.
account of what the progress made.
Gracias, Ileana. Buenos días.
Thanks,
La verdad es
Ileana.
difícil
Good
con la
morning. It's
maravillosa presentación de
difficult
la
for
señora
me
alcaldesa.
after this
Muy
beautiful
buenos días
presentation of the
con
mayor.
todos, con
Good
todas.
morning,
Bienvenidos a nuestra
everyone.
Casa de la
Welcome to
Agricultura.
our House of
Tengo el
Agriculture.
reto de
And
contarles
my
cuál ha sido
challenge
el
is to
tránsito
tell
por el
you
cual hemos
has been
tenido
the traffic we have gone
bien
through
desde el año
since
2021 en este proceso de
2021 in this
consolidación
process of
del Foro
consolidation of
Permanente
the
de Ministros
permanent forum
Presidentes y
of
Altas
the
Funcionalidades.
female ministers, deputy ministers, and
La verdad
senior
que tenemos
officials
una
of the
historia
Americas. We
corta, una
have a
historia larga,
short and long
pero
story,
quisiéramos
but we would like
concentrarnos en la historia
to
corta,
focus on
dado
the short
que lo que
story
nos interesa a
because
nosotros en
our
este instituto
interest
es
in
que
the
ustedes puedan
institute is
dialogar con
that you
nosotros,
can
los que de alguna manera
dialogue. So your
van
voices
generando
are the
este
ones that
espacio,
will
sesiones
generate the
y que
main
están permitiendo
input
que este foro se
and that are
consolide.
allowing this
Dicho
forum
eso,
to
podemos
consolidate.
avanzar con la siguiente
Having said
diapositiva.
that, can we go to the next slide, please?
Vamos a avanzar. Gracias. Bueno, partamos de
So
primero del
let's
propósito
start
por el cual
from the
fue
purpose.
construido, diseñado,
The
conceptualizado el Foro Permanente
forum
de Ministras
was built,
Viceministras y altas
concentrated.
autoridades. En principio, tenemos claro
In
que hay que
principle,
es
we are
un
clear
espacio, una
that it
plataforma
is
donde se
a
puede hacer
platform
incidencia
where
y
we
sobre todo el
can
reconocimiento de las
advocate
políticas en la
and
agricultura. ¿Cuáles han
particularly
sido
the
esos
recognition of
pasos
policies in
estratégicos que
agriculture,
ustedes
the
están dando
strategic
en
steps you
los
are
ámbitos que han
taking
sido
in the
tradicionalmente
scope that have
gestionados
been
por hombres?
traditionally managed
Y en este
by
sentido,
men.
la
In that
propuesta de
regard, the
valor de este
proposal of
espacio
value of
tiende
this
a la
space
integración de una serie de
aims
insumos
to
para la confección
integrate
de
a
una
series
agenda
of inputs
sistémica
to
para los
build a
sistemas
hemispherical
agroalimentarios.
agenda for agri-food
La
systems.
siguiente, por favor. Evidentemente trazamos un objetivo que
We
nos
have a
permita
goal
avanzar
and objective
en
in
este
order to
propósito.
promote in
Y la
the
idea
to
fue que se
progress in
pueda
this
fomentar
purpose. The
la
idea is to
igualdad de género
promote
y
the gender
empoderamiento de las
equality
mujeres
and
rurales
empowerment of
en nuestro
rural
país.
women in the Americas.
Este espacio de
This
intercambio, de
is
diálogo, de
space of
colaboración, de
exchange,
integración de
dialogue,
flujos de
collaboration,
información, recursos y
integration
acción
of
para una nueva
information
generación de
flows, and
políticas
course of actions
públicas
for new
era
generation
la
of public
prioridad por la
policies
que se
were
diseñó esta
the
iniciativa,
priority for
sobre todo
this
poniendo un especial
initiative,
foco en las mujeres rurales.
emphasizing mainly in rural women.
Muchas gracias. La historia arranca en el 2021.
The story starts in 2021 under the framework of agri-food systems, where the first forum of ministers and vice ministers was developed. In this context, under the framework of the Inter-American Board of Agriculture, there's a statement about the need to create a permanent space of exchange and knowledge to talk about gender terms in agri-food spaces. On the other hand, under the framework of updating our institutional roadmap, the middle-term plan we empower the actions of cooperation aimed to reduce gender gaps. In that regard, the hemispherical program on equity of gender and rural youth, chaired by our colleague Priscilla Zúñiga, was created. With this institutional context and the mandates we have from our bodies, the Institute effectively commits to consolidate FOPEMA. This space of incidence and recognition to you, leaders related to policies and principles, but it has conquered other spaces to link ministers of equality, ministers of women, and other entities linked to technical and multilateral cooperation. A short tour. First forum privileges the transformation of agri-food systems. The forum was the virtual and because of the mandates, we moved to the second one in 2022, where we emphasize the new borders of knowledge and the role of women in science. Because of the interesting emphasis, the same year we developed the third forum, where we emphasize on public policies with gender approach for Latin America and the Caribbean. We continue emphasizing in agri-food systems and priorities for the region. In this context, other elements such as the economy of care emerge. So in 2023, we have the fourth forum where we emphasize in the economy of care, and today we're going to deepening in aspects related to its measurement. And finally, in the fifth forum, this fifth edition, we are insisting in this measurement, but based on the efforts, on evidences you are promoting from your different state portfolios, sectoral ministries, and rural territories. If we can make a brief tour of the milestones we have jointly worked on, in 2021, we insisted in creating this permanent political space, institutionalization of the forum. It is completed with elements where we emphasize or where we assure your voices in this space. And it is also consolidated as a channel in order to consolidate some important approaches for gender perspectives in agri-food systems. The second edition, as mentioned before, emphasizes in the role of science and technology, and it recognizes the women's role. It is worthy to mention here that by mandating this space, we generate the need to have a process of capacity building of rural women. And as you will see in the third edition, this process is consolidated by the implementation of a permanent training program. For the third forum, the third edition, we progress with gender-sensitive policies in agri-food systems. In November 2022, FOPEMA generates a series of inputs contributing to the definition of gender-sensitive policies. We emphasize the economy of care. Our colleague Priscilla and colleagues linked to the process will develop the ideas implemented this month. And in this forum, we think about the launch of creation of Rural Women Program. It is an ongoing course, it's an ongoing program. We have progressed with the first cohort of 200 women. For the edition number 4, where the platform, this multi-sectoral political incidence is consolidated, so we see the non-remunerated burden that affects women. We have a significant participation, and now, as Priscilla said, it has been quite significant compared to 2023, where there is a new mandate, which is to identify the elements to measure this economy of care. And finally, we're here in this process to recognize everything you have generated as evidence in the territories, how to discuss, how to exchange ideas, a series of dialogues to promote visibility and the need of more information and statistics that rural women provide in the agri-food systems. As indicated by the Mayor of Santo Domingo, we make a call to action for your contributions to be able to guide us with the next steps to a next edition to consolidate these efforts that are very important for our rural territories and their women. Thank you very much.
We will now have the words of the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission on Women, Ms. Alejandra Mora Mora, who will be referring to the Inter-American Declaration on the rights of all women, teenagers, and children or girls in the Americas. Thank you, Ileana. Dear friend Manuel Otero, thank you so much. We knocked on his door and he opened up all of AICA's doors, really. It has been a great opportunity. It's important for organizations to work together, just as people have to work together for the agenda for women, agenda for equality. Is such a complex agenda. If we do not have partnerships, alliances, bringing together different sectors, women, organizations, and people, we can't move forward. And really, Priscilla was key to have that happen. Thank you so much, Priscilla. You've been a wonderful colleague. We have so many friends here. I can't mention you all by name because I really have great friends here and colleagues. I would like to just go over a bit of what this declaration has meant for the Organization of American States to have an emphasis placed on rural women. And we have several stakeholders today here that have been part of the process. First, I'd like to say that the Inter-American Commission on Women, as the ministers of women's issues, as its delegates, and I wish to recognize Ms. Aniurka Palacios, who's just beginning as a Minister of Women in Panama. She's the president of the Inter-American Commission on Women. Welcome, Madam Minister. Thank you so much for all the support. In Panama, they established two very essential elements. First, to build bridges. As we said, that this is a very complex agenda, how to do it together. And the other one is to provide greater visibility to the specificities. This is something that can be said lightly, but to truly understand what happens, taking into account what it means to be a rural woman, an African-American woman, and an indigenous woman, a diverse woman. We have to hear this from women's voices. And that's where we started hearing women. We have one of them here today. Luzana has taught us so much because she helps mobilize feelings. And we were just starting to talk, and I said, yes, I'll give you anything you need. She has that wonderful ability, and it's great that she does, because many women have that capacity of sharing their story very compellingly. And those of us who have positions in institutions have the responsibility of opening doors to them, because these institutions only make sense if we open doors to women and to hear their voices. And so with that, and with the leadership of Panama, we started preparing the project to create the decade for rural women. And it was a very interesting discussion in the Organization of American States, I have to say. We did not know, and I was telling my colleagues, I said, don't get your hopes up, because sometimes things progress very well and then they don't. But when things do work well, and when we have a declaration and there is a good discussion that truly obligates member states of the Organization of American States to place the focus on rural women, that's where we realize that things have worked. That's the first step, of course, just having that powerful instrument with mandates. Now it depends on us, everyone here at these tables, to give a strategic sense to this and to ensure that we reach those spaces. So we came with that story. We had an agreement with the ICA. We highlighted the need to tell the authorities working in the agricultural sector about this, to bring them working together with this and with ministers of women to ensure we found synergies. But also, in the context of agreements, we've been covering several elements that are greatly important. First of all, we established regional actions with a gender-based approach that are intersectional with different leaderships for rural women. We've talked about enhancing leadership and participation of women in courses provided by ICA, so we've started introducing this component there. All the matter of women leaders, again, is another challenge. First, to acknowledge yourself as a leader, or to be acknowledged as a leader, is not something that happens overnight, although all women are leaders because they're the ones making decisions, especially in rural contexts. And what happens is that when they try to occupy a position, that chair is not available for them. That position is not available for them. So it's one thing to be a leader, but then also to talk about leadership changing how it has been predominantly masculine, because all the abilities, capacities, and features of leadership are described in masculine terms. And that is why it's so important to change the narrative of leadership to incorporate all the aspects as to how women lead. There's a lot of talk about a rough hand, and women have other approaches of their skills and abilities, so our leadership is different. But we can take hold of those leadership positions, and that's important. Secondly, we started working on the matter of care. And I have to say that care work is probably the most disruptive topic brought forth by the agenda of equality. Care is enshrined in the sexual segmentation of work that has been providing for all the inequalities we have in humanity. Women designated to the private life and men to public life. That's not the problem, really. The problem is that those two worlds are valued absolutely differently. What happens in one sphere has no comparison to what happens or how it is valued and seen as to what they do in the public sphere. So starting to break through there to talk about the fact that everything we do in our private lives is work, even if it's not paid work. And it also entails to move around all the welfare sector. 23 countries in our region have constitutionally a welfare state assigned. So how to ensure that this welfare state responds to women that have worked for millennia and have not received any money for what they do, and they arrive as adults and have no recognition to everything they did, all the work they did. How can we ensure that we have been the ones providing care always, and that care is really what upholds private life, what upholds families, and it's the basis of the economy. Everyone here today somehow did something to solve care, whether for children, the elderly, a person who is sick, and that needs to have economic value. And also, we have to understand, and this again has been a very valuable thing we've worked with between ICA and the Inter-American Commission for Women, by hearing women, listening to where they are providing care and how to do it. The past session was extraordinary, just hearing them, how they took care of themselves. They wanted services in rural areas, or to ensure they have an economy of care for women that are providing care. How do they take care of each other in rural communities? That was just extraordinary to hear about. And to close, I've just come from Popayán in the Deep Cauca in Colombia, in rural regions, talking to hundreds of women, indigenous women. We have a representative today of those indigenous peoples, and I know that she will also convey this back to her community as to how they live this, their worldview and intersectionality becomes so important there to delve deeper. When you talk to indigenous women, I see Luz over there, my friend from Chile, and just the worldview and taking care of Mother Earth, and how caring for Mother Earth is also related to caring for people and our welfare and well-being. So understanding that and going back to that is humanizing the world. And that is what we're doing in this process. We are certainly going to contribute towards a more humane world and to ensure we have a more egalitarian world as well. So this is wonderful to have a strategic alliance of SIM and ICA and the discussions that we will further to ensure that we can have more time, a bit more time, because time is no longer elastic for us, and we have to really migrate to shared responsibilities of care, more men caring, more states caring, more unions caring, more rural areas caring for others, and us becoming part of the paid work world and helping the economy of our countries grow. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Alejandra, because that's your name, so I have to use your name. Thank you so much for sharing some time with us here at FOPEMA to continue progressing in the advances we've seen in all the products that you mentioned we've achieved from the first forum or the first edition. I now have Priscila Zúñiga for the Program of Gender, Youth, and Women in ICA. Thank you, Ileana. And also thank you to our Executive Secretary. As she said, joint work has been strategic to ensure that we can now present some of the products we will be showing. So I will now ask the team to help me with projecting this on screen. And while we wait for that, just going over part of the products that have been obtained thanks to the tasks mandated to us in the Permanent Forum of Ministers, Vice Ministers, and High Officers of the Americas. It's important to acknowledge that this presentation reflects collective action. It reflects all the strategic partnerships and alliances that have made this possible, that have contributed to gender equality in agri-food systems. So the first thing we'd like to show you, as our Chief of Staff previously introduced, is the program to train rural women. As we heard from the Chief of Staff, this program began after a request made in the third FOPEMA forum. Part of the essence of it is to invest in knowledge and training for our women. Because, of course, we all know that having knowledge is power. Just accessing that allows us to reach different areas. So we have the training program, and what we will show today is the different offerings. We have the courses available online, and these are always growing thanks to joint work. Again, always focusing on rural women of the Americas. At AICA, we have a platform, the e-learning platform, and there you can see several courses offered. You will be able to see them starting on next Monday, on October 21st. You will see all the courses available that will be helping build capacities in this sector. These courses will be online and asynchronous. Very importantly, we will open registry for these courses on the 21st of October, and courses formally start on November 1st. The first course opened was Introduction to Entrepreneurship for Rural Women, and as Marcos said, we've already had over 200 women participating, mainly from the central region of the Americas and part of Andean region countries. That course on an introduction to entrepreneurship has been held 3 times. It is still open if anyone is interested. Another course we'd like to highlight is a course on empowerment and soft skills. As we heard from our executive secretary, we're trying to strengthen leadership abilities, transformative leadership abilities of women in agri-food systems in the Americas. That way, they will have the key elements to ensure a future of agriculture in the Americas. So first, you look at ensuring we cover the evolution of women's rights. The course also talks about soft skills and their description. It also has a unit on elements for a gender-based communication perspective, soft skills for personal management, soft skills for collective space management, and lastly, promoting participation and collective power.
Ministra
Our Minister of Panama is asking what date this will be held on. Again, I repeat that all these courses will have their registration open starting on October 21st. They will be online and they will start on November 1st. So just a reminder there. And you will find them in the e-learning platform of AICA. The methodology is self-management with evaluation processes so that you can move through the units, and it is about 5 hours per week for the units. I have to especially thank all the technical staff at the Secretariat of SEAM, especially Ana Jimena, who has been a great ally to help us prepare the course and offer it to women in the Americas. Another course we'd like to highlight is Introduction to Basic Finance for Rural Women. This is a very special course, I have to say. Part of the lessons we learned from the first issue of this course on Introduction to Entrepreneurship, that this financial aspect was something so elemental for everyone, and especially to help women, rural women, really grow their entrepreneurship. So the decision was made to work with a strategic partner on BBVA microfinance, and this course is thought to help strengthen basic finance knowledge so that we can better empower women and they can have the tools and skills towards economic independence and to ensure they have financial inclusion. So the course goes through economic autonomy or independence of rural women, and it's important to talk about this. It also includes concepts of personal finance and entrepreneurship, financial services, some of the tools they can use for entrepreneurship, and also very practical application of personal finance and entrepreneurship. Just as the previous course, this is methodology where all participants can go at their own pace. It's self-managed, and the estimate is that we would need about 4 hours per week to continue moving through the course. This course on Introduction to Entrepreneurship for Rural Women is one we already had available in the platform. That was actually the first course and the first challenge of our program of equality and youth after the request of the third edition of FOPEMA. And now it is ready to be launched in English as well. So just as a refresher, this is a course to develop leadership and management skills in women in the Americas. And If you're looking to add value to your entrepreneurship, to your businesses, and to ensure you have community skills strengthened as well. How to reach local markets with our products, and also thinking into the future, how to go out into the international market and to really help women be part of the formal economy of the Americas. As we know, a big challenge that we have is that rural women really be part of the formal economy. They're more in the informal side, and that leads to greater inequality. So, again, we wish to shed light on this and to help them grow their units on rural women, entrepreneurship, community leadership, how to think about your business or your startup, access to credit, and here again, the first insights into financing options, a market approach, and how to scale up. This course, importantly, is geared at rural women that are starting up their businesses. At EICA, we have 7 technical cooperation programs, and so if you would like to continue, I invite you to go to our webpage. We also have a course on family agriculture and territorial development for entrepreneuring rural women that already have a business, a more established business. We also have an international program for regional integration that offers different training courses. So if you already have your small business, your entrepreneurship, you can have a more advanced understanding of how to trade your products at a larger scale and even export. So just importantly to mention, all our programs can complement each other. We have several training offerings towards rural women in the Americas. This is the one we have for now in English.
Aquí, me ayudan porque no me está funcionando.
Just a
Permítame
second
un
while
segundo que
we
estamos
go to the next
tratando de
slide. Sorry.
continuar con la presentación. Una de las experiencias
One
estimadas,
experience we've already had
que tuvimos fue que cuando iniciamos con este primer curso de formación
was
en
a
línea
first
sobre introducción
online
al
course.
emprendimiento,
First, we had
tuvimos
that
grandes retos y los
entrepreneurship
vivimos
course
cuando
online, and so there were several challenges for that one.
nuestros discursos, de nuestras
And
investigaciones, y
when
cuando
we
vemos
talk
la realidad
about
de las mujeres
things
rurales
and
en
we are
materia
just
de
researching,
brechas
but then
al
we go to
acceso
see
de la
the
conectividad,
reality
nosotros
as
también lo
to
vivimos.
how
Y ha sido un
difficult it is for women to have
de
access, for
formación
example, to
bastante
even an
amplio,
internet
porque
connection.
parte de las
That really opened
experiencias que
our
nos
eyes.
comentaban es que
Part of the
teníamos mujeres
experiences
rurales
what rural
que
women
caminaban
shared
por
is that
horas
they had
para
to
poder tener
walk for
acceso a la
hours
información.
just to have
Otras que
internet
hacían el
access.
curso
Others that
desde
maybe
el
did the
teléfono
course on their
y
cell
otras,
phone,
bueno, que
and
compartían
others
muy felices
that
con todas sus
were very
organizaciones.
happy to
Entonces,
share
el
with
IICA,
others
siendo consciente de
and have the
estas,
course together with others.
bueno, de este contexto, ¿verdad?
So
Hace
understanding
incluso
that
en el Día Internacional de las Mujeres Rurales, el 15 de octubre, tuvimos la
on
presentación
October
de un estudio
15th,
que
the Day
también
of Rural
les
Women,
invitamos a
actually
revisar sobre
presented a
temas de
study that
conectividad, las
we
brechas
invite you
y la
to
necesidad de que mujeres y mujeres
analyze.
puedan
It's a matter
acceder
of
a esto.
gender
Es que nosotros
and
vivimos eso desde el
digital
personal.
divides.
Entonces,
And so we ourselves
uno de
experienced
los
that with our
elementos es que no nos
program.
podíamos quedar únicamente en la
So
virtualidad.
we decided, of course,
Hicimos
that
un
we
esfuerzo
cannot
este
just
año
have
para
virtual
poder
courses.
continuar con
So we
este
made great
programa
efforts to
de
continue the
formación
program,
de
a
manera
training
presencial.
program with
Entonces,
in-person courses
pues
as
sí,
well.
como decíamos, teníamos más de 200 mujeres
And
que
as I
habían llevado
said,
estos
we
cursos.
had over
Hicimos un
200 women
proceso de
that had taken
selección.
the course already. We had a
Incluso otro de los
pre-selection
retos que teníamos es que
process.
algunas de ellas
Another
no
challenge
tenían
was that
pasaporte o
many
era
did
la
not
primera
have
vez
their
que salían del
passports, or it
país.
would be the first time they would
Entonces,
leave their
hicimos ese
countries.
proceso de
So
selección con estas
we went
condiciones
through
para
a
poder
selective
tener
process
este
to
encuentro de formación
have
presencial
an
para mujeres
in-person
rurales y
course
poder
for rural
profundizar los
women so
conocimientos
that we
en temas
could
de
help
emprendimiento,
them
finanzas y
improve their
tecnología.
entrepreneurship
Aquí
skills,
contamos también
finance,
con el apoyo de
technology. We
dos
had
aliados,
support
el BAC
from
Credomatic,
different
y
allies. One of them
además
was
la
BAC Credomatic
consultora
Bank
Accenture.
and
Y
an
lo hicimos
advisory
conjuntamente
firm,
con Rotary
Accenture. And
International.
we
Entonces
also
nos
had the help
permitió
of
llegar a
Rotary
16
International.
mujeres
With that, we were able to
provenientes de
have
Ecuador, de
16 women
Perú,
from Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, and Mexico. And we could really work with them one whole week, looking at all these topics and also learning from success stories on the field. We had a rural leader in a program of AICA Rural Leaders that recognizes efforts by women and men in agriculture. And thanks to Sonia Murillo, we could share her success story of a coffee program that the co-op Cope Victoria has in Costa Rica. And sharing that lesson was important. And also, the program has a hemispheric platform for rural women. Again, we encourage you to visit this as well. And there we could share information with rural women and technical teams as well as decision makers to better guide us as to our hemispheric agenda.
El otro gran producto que
Another
quisiéramos
very important
compartirles,
product
y
we'd
este
like to
fue
share with
gracias
you.
a
This
la
one was made
cuarta edición
possible
del
thanks to
Foro
the
Permanente
fourth
de
edition
Ministros.
of the
Es el
Permanent Forum of
lanzamiento de la
Ministers.
publicación
It was
denominada
the
La economía de
publication
los cuidados
of
en los territorios rurales de
Economy
las
of Care
Américas,
in Rural
acciones
Territories in the
colectivas para
Americas, collective
reducir
action
las
to
brechas de género.
reduce gender
En
gaps.
este libro
This
se
book
hace un recorrido y se posiciona por qué
goes
es
through
importante dar
different
una mirada a la
aspects as to
economía
the
de los
importance of
cuidados en los
the economy
sistemas
of care
agroalimentarios.
in agri-food
Como
systems.
les mencionaba, es importante que demos esa mirada interseccional
Again, it's
y
important to remember
unamos
an
esfuerzos para
intersectional
justamente
vision
visibilizar las
helps us
necesidades que
provide
tienen las
visibility
mujeres en
to
los entornos
women's
rurales.
needs in
Entonces, con
rural
esta
areas.
publicación, lo que se busca es
This
favorecer los derechos
publication
humanos
really
de las
wants
mujeres y
to
además
highlight
promover
women's
este
rights
abordaje
and
tanto
to promote a multisectoral
multiactor y
approach with
además
multiple
multinivel que nos
stakeholders
permita
and multiple
justamente
levels
entender
that
que los
helps us
cuidados es
understand
una
that
responsabilidad
care are
colectiva,
a
que no
collective
puede seguirse
responsibility. Care
quedando en
work
lo
is a
privado,
collective
sino que tiene
responsibility.
que avanzar y visibilizarse
It cannot
donde
just be
lo
private and
público,
individual. It
el
has to
sector
be
privado, las
visible,
comunidades
public,
y los
and the
distintos
private sector,
actores
different
podamos
communities and
trabajar
stakeholders all have
conjuntamente
to
para
work
justamente lo
together
mencionado doña Alejandra,
to,
podamos
as
nosotras, las
Alejandra
mujeres,
said,
estar en
ensure
condiciones de
women
igualdad
have
ambos
conditions
sectores.
of
Aquí
equality.
quisiéramos hacer un reconocimiento y un
We would like
agradecimiento
to
especial
acknowledge and
a
thank
parte de nuestros socios
part of our
estratégicos que nos
strategic
acompañaron en
partners
esta
that helped
publicación.
us in this
ACEFAL, a
publication,
la Fundación
ECLAC, the
Complutense, a ONU
Complutense
Mujeres,
Foundation,
a la
UN
Red de
Women,
Mujeres Rurales de
the
América Latina y el
Network
Caribe,
of
REDLAC,
Rural Women
a
of Latin
FIDA,
America
a
and the
la CIM, a
Caribbean, FILA,
Microfinanzas
SIM,
BBVA, a la CAF
Microfinance
y
of
al Banco Mundial por
BBVA,
sumarse a ese
CAF, and the
esfuerzo,
World Bank for being part of
sumarse a
this
ese esfuerzo.
effort.
Cada una de ustedes,
Each one
quienes
of
nos
you,
acompañan de manera presencial,
those of
tienen
you
el libro
joining us in
en sus
person,
bolsos,
has
los
received a
invitamos
copy
a
of this
leerlo y a
book in your
disfrutarlo, y quienes nos
bags.
acompañan de
So please
manera
feel free to
virtual
read it.
pueden
And those who are
encontrar
joining virtually,
esta
you
versión
can
en
find
español y en
the
inglés
version
en este
online,
enlace
both
y
in
a
Spanish
partir
and
de la
English. You
próxima semana
see the
también en
link
versión
down
en
there.
portugués.
And next week it will be available in Portuguese
Uno de
as
los
well.
elementos con esta publicación,
With this
importante
publication,
destacar, es
it's
que se
important
divide
to
en dos
highlight
secciones.
that
Una
we
primera
have two
sección denominada
key
la economía
sections.
de los
First,
cuidados
the
en las
economy of
Américas,
care in the
lo que hace es
Americas.
un recorrido sobre la importancia de
And it
democratizar
goes through the
los
importance
cuidados en
of
los entornos rurales.
democratization of
También
care in
posiciona la
rural
importancia de que
contexts. It
tengamos
also
sociedades de
talks about the
cuidados como un
importance of
medio
having
para alcanzar la
societies of
igualdad y la
care as a
sostenibilidad.
means to
Y
achieve
otro
equality and
mensaje fuerza que se
sustainability.
posiciona en
And
esta
another
publicación, en
message
esta primera sección,
in the
es
first
cómo las
section
políticas de
is
cuidados
how
son una
care
herramienta
policies
estratégica
are a
justamente para
strategic
poder
tool
transitar hacia
to
sociedades
move
más
towards
justas e igualitarias, que nos
societies that are
permitan
more fair and
visibilizar el liderazgo que
egalitarian,
tienen
that
las mujeres
give
rurales
visibility
y
to
además que
women's
nos permita
leadership in rural
entender que
areas
la
and help
formulación
us
de
understand that
políticas
policy
públicas,
making
en este caso en general, pero con un énfasis
overall,
también
but
en los entornos
in
rurales,
this case
tiene
in
que
rural
reunir elementos y
contexts, has to
consideraciones de
include
cuidado.
elements of
Y
care.
bueno, aquí quisiéramos hacer referencia a que serían las intervenciones públicas en
And of
general,
course,
políticas, planes,
public
proyectos y
interventions,
programas. Después
policies,
contamos
plans,
con
and
una
projects.
segunda sección
The second
donde
section is called Actors in Action, Public and Private Interventions for the Economy of Care. And it talks about how the care economy has to be part of collective action and how it contributes to agri-food systems. Again, we highlight the efforts shared by the Executive Secretary that will also be discussed by Panama and their leadership experience as a leader, a woman leader. And so it gives the importance of the declaration of the decade to move forward with these elements and recognizing the need of giving economic value to care in societies and agri-food systems, as well as the importance of not just recognizing it, but also financing new models of care to ensure there is an equitable redistribution and shared responsibility. Part of the efforts made by several researchers really highlight that. They underline the fact that we need to create a new social and political organization that will allow women overall, but especially rural women in this case, to have conditions of equality to participate. And to close, just to mention, going into 2025, we are very, very excited in our program because we are continuing our mandates and work under those. And we are already preparing a new course for technical teams and decision makers. We are focused on the agricultural side, but of course it is open to the public. For anyone who would like to talk about the economy of care and its integration in public policies and how we can take it from theory to practice. We're also working jointly on the first training course for rural youth in the Americas. As we've said, we also need to work on our new young leaders. We're working with FAO together for this course. So the next edition of FOPEMA, we will be very glad to share all details. And with that, we close. And you have my contact information on screen. Please feel free to contact me. And after all this process, then we can go to the first panel with the ministers, deputy ministers, and high officials of the Americas in agriculture. We see the Secretary of Agriculture and Livestock, Ms. Laura Suazo from Honduras. Greetings. And just before that, a brief introduction as this panel and how it's called.
In this panel, part of the reflection is that we know that rural women face different structural gaps as a result of the pandemic, COVID-19. These structural gaps increase even more. So we know that there are challenges, particular challenges in the countries, but there are also challenges that unite us as a continent. And here is where we would like to listen to learn about the efforts made by our agricultural authorities to progress, and particularly to talk about the importance of quantifying and making visible the participation of rural women in agri-food systems of the Americas. And also that you share and comment to us why it is important to talk about care systems in with a territorial focus. We're going to have a participation space of each one of our authorities of some 8 minutes. And yes, the idea is that you comment to us why it is important to have statistics for politics formulation. Why is it important to quantify the contribution made by rural women in the Americas? So without further ado, I would like to take advantage. Well, I already greet you, but I would like to give the floor
Ok, ya también nos estamos viendo de
So
manera
we are
virtual a la
seeing
excelentísima señora
virtually
Begoña García, que es
Mrs. Begoña
la
Garcia,
encargada
the
del
Secretary of State of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food from in Spain. Without further ado, I would like to give the floor to the Secretary of Agriculture and Cattle, Honduras, Mrs. Laura Suazo. Go ahead, floor is yours. We cannot hear you.
Disculpe,
You're
secretaria, es
muted.
que tenemos el micrófono suyo apagado, entonces no tenemos la posibilidad de escucharla. Ahora sí, gracias.
Okay.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días.
Thank you.
a
Good
todos y todas.
morning,
¿Me escuchan?
everyone. Can you hear
Así
me?
es. Muchas
Yes, we
gracias.
can.
Bueno, primeramente dando gracias
First
a
of
Dios
all,
por la
I want to
oportunidad de
thank
compartir
God
con
for the
ustedes
opportunity
estos
to share
breves
with you
minutos
these
sobre un
brief
tema de
minutes
importante
talking about such
relevancia
an
en
important
nuestras vidas,
topic
en
in
nuestras
our
regiones
lives,
y en
in
el
our
globo.
regions,
La
and
verdad,
in the
quiero
world.
compartir ese
I want to
mensaje de
share this
agradecimiento a la ICA por la
message of
iniciativa de traer
appreciation
este
to
tema
AICA
tan
for the
importante
initiative to
y
bring
sobre
this
todo
such
por
important
crear un
topic,
foro que se
and
ha vuelto
particularly for
permanente
creating a
sobre un
forum that
tema
has
que
turned a
tiene
permanent
una
forum on that
importancia
topic
permanente
with
y
a
tiene una
permanent
demanda
importance
permanente
and
de
with a permanent
soluciones y
demand of
resultados, ¿verdad?
solutions and
Sin duda
results.
vamos como
There's no
instituciones
question
en la
that
línea
we as
correcta hacia
institutions, we are on the
encontrar
right line
estos
to
resultados.
find these
Don Manuel
results.
Otero,
Don Manuel
saludos,
Otero, greetings
también
to
a
you.
Priscila, ¿verdad? Que ella
Greetings
ha
to
puesto
Priscilla as
tanto
well. She
empeño a
has
esta temática en la
worked hard
institución.
for this
Y hoy en
topic in the
particular,
institution. And
aparte de
today,
saludar a todos los
particularly
participantes
besides
del
greeting
panel,
the
quiero
participants of the
hacerle un
panel, I
reconocimiento y
want
un
to make
saludo
a
a
recognition, a
Eliana
special
Ramírez
greetings to
Quiroz, que
Eliana
está
Ramirez
allí
Quiroz.
también de
She is
alguna
there
manera liderando y participando.
leading and
Y una
participating.
persona que por
And
muchos
this,
años
she's a
ha
person
venido
that for
impulsando
many
este
years she has
tema
been
en
promoting this
diferentes
topic
lugares
in
y
different
sin duda
places
tiene impacto
and
ese trabajo, ¿verdad?
with an impact in his
Aparte, pues un
work.
saludo a mi
Uh,
colega,
Greetings
la
to my
vicecanciller Cindy
colleague, the
Rodríguez, que
Vice
nos
Mayor Cindy
representa y
Rodriguez,
representa a Honduras
Vice
en
Chancellor that
acción en
represents
este
Honduras
evento.
in
Bueno,
presence in this event.
hay algunos
There are some
puntos importantes
points
aquí.
important
Estamos
here.
hablando de un foro
We are
como un
talking about a
espacio de
forum
voz.
as
Es
a
traer las
voice
voces
space,
nuestras y
is
de
to
las
bring
voces
our
de
voices
todas
and the
aquellas
voices
mujeres
of
que
all
no
these
pueden hablar
women
y
that
que no
cannot
pueden
speak
incidir
and that
para
cannot
hacer cambios en política y
impact to
hacer cambios
make
en la
changes in
sociedad. Es
policies and in
permanente por lo
society.
hecho, porque
It is
tiene una
permanent
relevancia
because
permanente.
it has a
Hay un
permanent
tema de
pertinence. There
cuantificación que
is a
tiene que ver con
quantification
datos y
matter
es
related to
sumamente
data,
importante
and
contar
it is very
con estos datos
important to have this
actualizados.
data
Y por supuesto,
updated.
estamos hablando de
So,
mujeres
and we are
rurales,
talking
pero
about
también
rural
los sectores
women, but we are
minoritarios.
also talking about
Antes de
agri-food
abordar este
systems.
tema,
Before
quiero compartir con
addressing this
ustedes
topic, let me share with you
una breve
a
reflexión
brief
sobre un escrito que
reflection
realicé sobre
about
mujeres y agricultura
written
y
that I made on women
me
and
agoté las
agriculture.
ganas de decir no,
So
tengo que compartir
I
esto
told myself I have to
también
share
dentro
this
de este
with
corto
them
espacio y
in
es que
this short
pasaron muchos
space.
siglos
Many
antes que las mujeres
centuries went
tuvieran la
by before
posibilidad de tener
women
algo
had the
propio,
possibility to have
de
something on their
participar
own,
libremente
to
en cualquier
freely
actividad
participate
y
in
de
any
decidir
activity
por
and to
sí
decide
mismas su
by
futuro,
themselves their
al igual que lo
future,
hicieron los hombres desde
as
la antigüedad.
men did it
Entonces,
in
si
ancient
nosotros
times.
vamos a crear
In old
rutas de
times, see, if
acción
we're going
hoy,
to create
también tenemos que
action routes
considerar
today,
que
we
hay
also need to
temas
consider
como
that there are
este,
amazing
en
topics,
donde
such
una
like
de
this
las
one,
vinculaciones
where
más
one
estrechas
of
de la
the
mujer ha sido
most
estar
important
relacionada
linkages
con
of
la
women is
fertilidad de la
related to
especie y en la
fertility
tierra,
of the species and
¿verdad?
land.
Por siglos, las mujeres han sido
For
veneradas en
centuries,
diferentes
women have been
culturas, precisamente
adored in many
por su influencia en
cultures
temas de fertilidad
because
en la
of their influence
agricultura, la
in
cosecha,
fertility in
etcétera.
agriculture, the
Pero
harvest, and
a
so on.
pesar de que
But
hombres y
in
mujeres hemos
spite of the
estado
fact that
juntos,
women and
no
men
hemos
have been
estado
together, we
relacionados por
have not
miles de
been
años,
related for
los
thousands
roles
of
se fueron
years.
definiendo
The
en los
roles
campos
were
y se han sido,
defined and
¿verdad? Aunque las
get
mujeres
away.
hayamos comenzado de la
Although
antigüedad
women have
juntando
started
y
in ancient
cazando
times
juntos,
collecting
llegaron
and hunting
momentos
together,
en donde la
there
misma
was a time
sociedad,
where the
¿verdad?
society
Fue
itself
definiendo roles
define
específicos para unos
specific
y
roles
otros, ubicando pues a
for
las
both
mujeres en
of
el
them.
cuidado del hogar
Located
y
women
por
in the care
supuesto
of
en
the house
actividades en
and
huertos
in
y actividades
activities,
agrícolas
in
y por
agricultural
supuesto el cuidado del
activities,
hogar.
and also the care
Entonces, creo
of
que
the house.
estos cambios
I
en la
believe
actualidad
these
también
changes in
tienen que
present
revisar
times
esas normas de
need to revise
comportamiento
these
social de antaño,
social behavior
pues basadas
standards
en
that
estructuras
are based
patriarcales,
in
en donde de alguna
male
manera las mujeres
structures
las hemos
where
aceptado a través de
women
la
have
historia,
somehow
pero
accepted
hoy
this through
cuando
history. But
asumimos roles
today, when
diferentes,
we
pues
assume
tenemos que
different roles,
manejarlas.
we
Hay
need to manage
varios
them. There are
situaciones
several situations, to say so. And what we mentioned today about statistics to make decisions about the roles and what affects rural women also affect urban women. Although today we are focusing on rural women, we should not forget urban women. The point is that although women have taken 1,700 or 1,980 years in entering to the university to careers related to agriculture. Even with this, I believe and I admit that the education is one of the vital means for to make any change. With education, we have data access, but the use of this data that are so important. And after education, one of the vital elements are policies. And policies with the public and private. Public policies from the government, from the secretariats, from the government, from the administration, from municipal governments. But we need private policies that go all together with the public policies from civil society, from companies, where it is recognized this vital role of women. Statistical topics, more than important. Our case in Honduras is particular case. Last Monday, 3 days ago, we officially launched a new national agricultural census after 3 decades of not updating it this way. I've been working with the forecast. How can we, stakeholders in the 30 years, can be sure that our programs, project, measures, strategies are really effective if we do not know the right figures of the current participation of these rural women, which are a vital part. Only in our scope, 53.3% are women in Honduras. And out of this number, some 43.3% are rural women. And out of them, 8.8% are formally employed in agriculture. There is a large number, but it is informal work. It does not assure a minimum wage. And this is another point that we need to revise, along with the statistics. There's also a contextual element in my country, as in the rest, and is the single mothers. The difficult, the raising and education of children, as well as the effectiveness to get out of poverty. Data give us visibility and recognition, but they need to be updated and need to be interpreted from these realities of women. The case of resource allocation is very important for women. The rural women aspect, this has become a cross-cutting topic. I oppose this cross-cutting topic. We are a primary topic. We need to give name to programs, projects, and policies that will change this reality for women. There are many initiatives conducted, but one of the most important ones, and I believe we need to take towards public policy, deals with equal salaries. So no difference in the salaries by gender. I believe this is going to have an impact in this life quality in rural areas, particularly because of the participation in family agriculture and in agri-food chain. Fair salaries for rural women in the rural environment that participate in any chain. There's something that is quickly mentioned, and this is to take public policies through immediate studies, the initiative of pensions for unrecognized work of women in general, but talking about rural women and those housewives that do not have a salary but work 20 hours a day in different activities at home. It's like dreaming in this proposal. It shouldn't be this way. I believe all the instances should get united, all of us concerned about this topic, and to analyze the possibility to have this incentive. There's a whole work, but it is not recognized. The other point from the policy field is to ensure a more human life from services. There are more human services in order to assure this life with dignity of rural women. First of all, healthy food, enough food, and nutritional and permanent food. We work with a productive technologic bonus, which is an agri-social bonus, as we call it here. We reach 38% of farmer women with less than one block of land, and they live in poverty. To benefit them with this program, we are progressing, and we need to increase a little bit more. But for us, it is an achievement because in the past we didn't reach 10%. Public education is still a challenge to ensure that girls go to public education, but do not remain just with primary education or secondary education. Rural girls need to go to the university and to study careers related to science, technology, mathematics, and they also need to find good jobs that position them as leaders and as promoting a change in favor of society, but also in favor of women. Health aspect, financial services is still a myth, and it is difficult, I admit, how to ensure the direct funds for women when women historically have been outside of having guarantees of having parents with sons that have them because they are poor and their parents and grandparents are poor as well. And this is something easy to solve just by sitting and committing. I invite the public and private bank to pay a little bit more attention. I invite you all. I'm currently working on a proposal of a fund for young women that are graduating from universities with agricultural focus and entrepreneurships to provide them a seed capital for them to become businesswomen. Otherwise, they will try to find a job with an unfair wage without breaking the chain of poverty. There are several topics, but basically, I believe this forum addressed them in different points. So statistics is a very important topic, but we should not forget that born women in the ancient time was difficult. The historical aspect and the role of women, we are still in 21st century, and it is still difficult. I mean, the life of women, particularly in rural areas. And those who have been able to get out of the rural areas, study to have positions, we have this spending. I mean, to create programs for agro women, programs with funding, with entrepreneurship that have an impact in life. We need data, we need figures, we need to approach women, rural women, and ask them and to build these new policies with them. Congratulations for this important topic. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, secretaria, por
Thank you,
todos sus aportes
Mr. Secretary, for your contribution. Valuable for the discussion. Now, I would like to give the floor to the Mrs. Viviana Becerra, Undersecretary of Rural Women of the Ministry of the Agrarian Development and Family Agriculture from Brazil. Thank you.
Eu tinha uma apresentação, não sei se a gente consegue
Thank you.
colocar aí.
I have a presentation. Could you share it, please?
Bom, mas bom dia. Inicialmente eu quero agradecer ao
Good
IICA
morning. I want to thank IICA for the invitation, for being here with you discussing this such an important topic, which is the care and the participation of women in family agriculture and in agri-food systems. I'm going to speak slowly for interpretation purposes. I want to create this fifth permanent forum of ministers and vice ministers and high officials of the Americas. To begin with, I want to say that Brazil is going on our process to retake democracy because since 2016 to 2022, we live backward process where we have several ministries that were closed. Even the Ministry of Agricultural Development was closed, but in 2023, we retake this process of popular participation. It is very important that the last year we retake this ministry, we reopen it, and the Ministry of Agricultural Development that was closed in 2016 and it was closed up to 2022. So we're in this process with the Ministry of Agricultural Development and Family Agriculture. We have 4 strategic secretariats and the Subsecretary of Rural Women.
Pode passar o slide, por favor. Agora eu vou me deter aqui Pode passar. O seguinte.
Next slide, please.
Next, isso. O próximo.
Next
aqui eu vou
slide.
falar. Deixa eu cronometrar aqui, senão me perco no tempo. Então, nós trazemos aqui a reflexão da professora Miriam Herrera,
check my time.
professora da
So
Universidade
this is the
Federal de Santa
reflection
Catarina,
of
onde ela traz
Professor
algumas
Marina Herrera from the Santa
considerações.
Catarina
A mulher
University.
acorda antes para
She
adiantar as coisas,
reflect
coloca a lenha no
on this.
fogo, esquenta a água.
Women wake up early
Os homens
to
sempre
the things,
dormiam depois
put
do
the
almoço,
wood
mas as
and
mulheres
fire.
nunca dormiam, ou
Men
quando faziam, era por
always
negligência dos seus homens.
sleep
À
after
noite,
lunch.
os homens
Women did not.
descansavam, as
So
mulheres faziam um jantar, lavavam a
at
louça,
night,
organizavam as
men
coisas
went
para
to
o dia
rest
seguinte.
while women
Então,
were
essa
cooking
são
dinner and washing the
reflexões
laundry,
feitas
the
pela
dishes.
professora Miriam
And those are
Herrera, e ela
reflections
também traz
of the professor.
uma questão que é a falta de oferta de serviços públicos
And she
e
talked about
privados
the lack of offer
para as
of public and
mulheres,
private
como
services
creches,
for women,
hospitais, casas de idosos.
such as
Uma
daycare,
outra questão que ela
hospitals,
traz é a contribuição, além disso, a contribuição de outra pessoa nos ajuda
senior
nas
houses,
ajudas
and
com
besides their
cuidados.
contribution,
Geralmente
they
são
need
essas
other
ajudas
people
são de outras
to
mulheres.
help.
E que no rural isso é mais
Normally,
difícil, né? No
this
urbano,
additional help
mesmo sendo
come from
trabalho
other women.
remunerado, no rural é mais difícil ter alguém para que possa ajudar com esse
In the
serviço do
urban
cuidado.
environment, there is,
Outra questão que
they
ela
have
traz
wages,
também
but not in the
ela
rural areas.
percebeu que é a falta de liberdade das mulheres. No
Other thing
rural,
that
poucas
she
mulheres, por
mentioned here is the
exemplo,
lack of
dirigem. Então, para se deslocar a algum
equality
lugar,
between
ela
women.
precisa ser levada pelo marido.
Very few women can
E quando elas
drive a
saem nas
car to
estradas,
go
são
to a place, and to go to a
mal
place,
vistas. São algumas
they
reflexões.
need
Vou
the
passar mais
husband need to
rápido,
take
senão
them.
vamos
If they
perder o tempo
drive,
aqui.
the people
O trabalho do
do
cuidado
not like
fundamental para o
the way they
funcionamento
talk.
dos sistemas
So
agroalimentares.
care
E aqui a gente
activities
traz
vital for the
4
operation of the
temas,
agri-food
na
systems.
produção de
Here we have 4
alimentos,
topics that
preparo e
are
a transformação
food
desses alimentos,
production,
educação e
its
cuidado com a
preparation and
saúde, e outros
transformation,
cuidados diferentes.
education,
Na produção de alimentos,
and
nós
care
temos no Brasil
related to
uma
health and
experiência
other
muito
indirect
que deve
care.
acontecer
In
também em
Brazil, we
outros
have
lugares, que
an
é a
experience that
produção de
probably
alimentos
happens
no entorno
elsewhere,
da casa,
and I'm
nós
referring to
chamamos
the food
agricultais
production
produtivos, né? E aí,
at home.
nessa
We
produção de alimentos no entorno
call
da casa,
this
também envolve
productive
criação de
gardens.
pequenos animais,
This is the name we gave.
plantas
At
medicinais,
home, people raise
e
animals,
na relação desse, da
have
produção de alimento com a
gardens
educação,
of medicinal
nós devemos
plants,
também enfatizar
and the relationship
a
of food and
transposição do
education in
conhecimento,
this
o conhecimento que
topic.
as mulheres mais velhas
We need
desses
to emphasize
conhecimentos
the knowledge
ancestrais que elas
transmission of
conseguem transmitir
women,
para
of
as
the
mulheres
old
mais
women,
jovens. E
that
também a produção de
transmit
alimentos
ancient
conectada
knowledge
com o
to
cuidado
the
com a
young
saúde, elas
women.
produzem as hortaliças, as plantas medicinais, que tipo de
And this
planta
is related to health because they produce
produto de
food,
saúde. Então, esses são conhecimentos
the
que
garden
estão
of
ali em
medicinal
torno da produção
herbs.
alimentar, em torno das
This is
casas,
knowledge
e as
that
mulheres
is
conseguem
there at
fazer
home.
essa conexão
And
num
women
período muito
make this
interessante.
connection,
Próximo.
which is very interesting.
E aqui os avanços nas políticas públicas no Brasil. O presidente Lula
The progress in
divulgou lá no
terms
Congresso
of
Nacional
public
em
policies.
junho de 2024,
President
esse ano,
Lula sent to the Congress in June 24 a bill that talks about the national policy of self-care. It has not been approved yet in the Congress, but it will be. And the main objectives of this policy are to recognize that everybody has the right to be cared and to be cared, to care for and to self-care as an obligation of the government. It is a vital element for us to understand the process of responsibility the government has. Among the policy objectives, we have to promote policies that ensure access to care, to promote actions aimed to make possible the compatibilization between the paid work and the care needs or responsibilities related to care, to promote recognition, reduction, and redistribution of unpaid tasks related to care, to promote or to face inequalities, to promote cultural change related to the sexual, racial, and social division of a care task. This is very important in the rural areas because we have a diversity right there. We have indigenous women, Black women that suffer other kinds of oppression, other types of oppression, and we need to consider these things as well in order to develop care policies. And this national policy, we are thinking about it in actions for a national care plan. This plan is considered from the approval of this law in the Congress. There are some actions of this plan that are still in this scenario and qualification about the work of care, and to adopt measures that promote the compatibilization between the paid work and the family needs and care needs. To create an ongoing databases coming from statistics of administrative registration about the worker structure and reduction of overburden of this unpaid task. Here there are three programs. So here we have three programs developed by the Ministry of Agrarian Development or Agricultural Development through the Subsecretary of Rural Women in Brazil. And here I'm going to talk about this very quickly. This is related to care. We have a national citizenship care and will live for women. In this program provides access to information of activities and basic information, network of women in Brazil since in 1988, women did not have rights and to have this name as holders of the land. This program makes visible and strengthen the names of women as owners, land owners. In this program, we conduct several collective actions to issue documents for these women or documents for these women. Those documents are civil documents, personal registration. It seems something common, but in Brazil, many women do not have any document, personal document. And that reduces, with this program, these inequalities are reduced. This year in 2024, we have delivered 76, we have made 76 deliveries of documents. In this issuance, we have planned activities, children activities, and also to participate in recreational activities to have fun with their kids. This is an inaugural project of agroecologic laundry houses. I can even show you pictures of this collective laundry stores. besides reducing the care task of women, they will be used for water reuse statement and to use this water to plant legumes, flower production, and the energy generated from the operation of this laundry store is solar energy. So we are developing two projects in this case this year. Our next program, the national program of productive gardens of rural women. It is a strategic program with an important demand of social action that was brought to solve this demand for gardens. Those are plantations at home, small plantations of animal care, seeds production, so we call them productive quintals. We want to promote economy and to be able to ensure the economic security to women. Our goal is to produce 2,000 quintals with different productive inputs and to expand this production to the agenda of women with the consolidation of groups. It is a goal on our own, creation of the different gardens at home, and to provide access to process of credit and marketing. We know that these activities linked to marketing and their gardens and animals. This is a productive program for women. This program promotes the economy of women by strengthening organizations. So here we're in the rural areas in Brazil, we have a lot of group assistance or the support of cooperatives or associations. We want women to be leaders of these organizations. This business program made them to self-organize for production and also to be leaders in these spaces. We have a space for women technical assistance and rural extension, specifically for women. Technical assistance in Brazil and the rural Brazil is common, but we're bringing a perspective just for women. From 2023 up to 2024, more than 10,000 women are receiving ongoing technical assistance for production activities. And in the spaces of collective activities, we include recreational activities as childcare. There's also a structuring program, a project this year. 93 women organizations receive courses for structuring of production and marketing of their products.
To close, we have some challenges of how to quantify care work in agri-food systems because first they have been undervalued, there's been invisibilization of this work and the responsibilities of women in these activities. That's one challenge. But then there's also a lack of adequate tools to truly measure care work. Traditional methods just don't serve to quantify it. And lastly, we have other challenges is to how to really give an economic value to care. And then the informal and familiar context, the family context, it's really difficult to really give value to that or to give it an economic value. Especially if it's not a formal category. And then cultural and regional variation. Brazil is such a large country. We have 5 regions that have their very specific diversities that make it so difficult to create a single universal indicator. And also there's the overlay of other types of work, which is another challenge. So I think I can close. I think I went over my time. I apologize. I know that not all have followed everything because I had to rush a bit through, but thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Ha sido
It's been wonderful to hear the Subsecretary of Rural Women in the Minister of Agriculture and Agrarian Development in Brazil. Just a reminder for us all, we do have simultaneous interpretation for the next presentations. And for those joining us virtually, also you can select the language of your preference to ensure you can follow. So we have translation or interpretation into English, Spanish, and Portuguese. And now we give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Justine Hendricks, who is the Executive Lead of Farm Credit Canada, to give us her contribution. Go ahead. Thank you, Priscilla, and good morning, everyone. I also have a presentation, if I may. If it can be projected, please. Yes, the team is on that. So good morning, everyone. It's truly an honor for me to be here in this conference representing Canada. I also wish to thank you for the opportunity of giving me some time to reflect and think about when I learned Spanish in high school. So thank you for your patience, and hopefully next time when I come back, I can talk to all of you fully in Spanish.
Main language, English. So my name is Justine Hendricks, and I'm the president and CEO of Farm Credit Canada, based in the beautiful prairies of Regina, Saskatchewan. First off, thank you to the Inter-American Institute of Cooperation on Agriculture, the Inter-American Commission of Women, and the government of Costa Rica for hosting this fantastic event. I also want to extend my warm greetings to my fellow panelists who are all tremendously accomplished and doing great work to create a better world for rural women. I'll start by briefly introducing you to what exactly Farm Credit Canada is and what we strive to be. And perhaps we can move on the next slide, please. FCC is Canada's leading agriculture and agri-food financial institution, holding just over 30% of Canada's agriculture lending market and a book of business nearing 60 billion, supporting farmers, fruit processors, and retailers. Next slide, please. We're a Canadian federal crown corporation, meaning that we sit at the crossroads of public policy and business. With 103 offices across Canada, we meet producers face-to-face in their communities. We operate like a private financial institution, but we are fully owned by the Government of Canada. We turn a profit, we pay a dividend back to the Government of Canada, but we are mandated to grow and strengthen the industry. As Canada's largest financier of agriculture and agri-food, we examine the issues facing women's participation in the agriculture and agri-food sector through a lens of a financial institution. Next slide, please. We ask ourselves, what are the barriers women are facing from accessing financing? Why is there so little data around women and their role in the success of the agriculture industry? And what unique domestic struggles are rural women facing that we can help solve? We are asking these questions because we know that if these barriers can be addressed, women can unlock growth and long-term success for their family and the broader industry itself. Canada's Statistics Agency reports that if women had the same access to resources as men, they could increase their farm yields by up to 20%. Can you think of any other sector so critical to our economic prosperity and so entrenched in our economies, which undervalues the contribution of women as much as agriculture and food? The Food and Agriculture Organization reports that women spend up to 10 times more time on unpaid care work than men. Through better data and recognition of the contribution of women, we can put the policies and practices in place to reduce this gap. This includes better mental health supports for rural women in the sector. Not only are many rural women engaging in childcare, household duties, and financial planning, but there are also essential labor in a farm operation that could simply not operate without them. Next slide, please. That burden comes with isolation, lack of social network, lack of recognition for their labor, and lack of financial independence and decision-making. Women also have a harder time joining the industry, and even in Canada, there is sometimes an unconscious bias against providing credit to sole proprietor women farmers. There are more credit and non-credit barriers to women joining the industry than we often acknowledge. Many women are faced with shorter credit histories, a lack of collateral in their name, or traditional views of their roles within the family business. There is good news. The good news is that we are seeing some progress. According to a 2021 Canadian study, 30.4% of Canada's farm operators are female, up from 28.7% in 2016. This small increase marks the first rise in female farm operators in 30 years. As a financial institution, it's our role to be a catalyst and support increased access through targeted financial products, training programs, and support systems. FCC's female borrowers have increased about 14% from 21,600 in 2017 to 24,600 at the end of 2022. Since 2019, we have committed over $500 million to support women entrepreneurs, bringing more women into the industry, supporting them financially, and helping them build a solid foundation for their future. But we know that our work is just getting started. That includes better capturing data to understand how many women we're serving, how they're using our financial products, and what needs they still have. Next slide, please. We can now create lending products tailor-made to the unique challenges faced by women in agriculture. But the struggles faced by rural women is more than just data and credit. For me, I have 3 daughters that I raised as a single mother. I lived in a big city with childcare services, healthcare facilities in close proximity, family support nearby, and a network of friends. And even with all of that, there were days where I struggled. I remember times where my career came last, my personal health came last, and my mental health came last as well. Rural women in agriculture sector face an even steeper uphill battle because that support system often doesn't exist for them. One area where FCC is looking to bolster the care systems for rural women is around mental health support. One way is our magazine directed towards rural communities called Rooted in Strength and Rooted in Resilience. They have reached approximately 180,000 rural mailboxes, sharing impactful stories and resources on mental health. From these resources, we've had women reaching out to us, sharing that they did not know other rural women were struggling with their mental health until seeing it in our publications. It gave them the confidence to share with their families and friends their own struggles. FCC also offers an online wellness tool, which helps individuals assess their mental health and find appropriate resources in their area of support. I'm especially proud of FCC's webinars we've hosted and had nearly 20,000 views focused on reducing stress and practicing psychological safety in agriculture. One woman farmer told our team, there are times where we can accomplish a great deal and others where we struggle to meet the bare minimum, and that's perfectly okay. All we can do is do our best. And this is the basis of the conversation we want to bring to rural women. They're not alone. Their struggle is not because they are weak. There are tools available to help them. We need to enable rural women to engage more fully in the workforce and contribute to the agri-food sector, gaining economic independence while maintaining their own health and well-being. And financial institutions have a critical role in that to help build better lives for rural women. Let me close off with a story, and those that know me know I love to tell stories. About 12 months ago, I was with my board of directors in a city in Canada called Quebec City, and we were hosting a customer event. And a young woman farmer was seeking to speak to me. She came to me holding a child that was about 5 months old. So of course I was recruiting for the future employees of 2054 for FCC. But she also, I was told, was a former employee of FCC and chose to leave the organization to go back to what she loved the most, is farming. So she shared with me and gave me a suggestion on a product that we should consider. She said, Justine, as a woman working on a farm and being on maternity leave, I have no benefits in order to support me during this time. And it's very important for me to take care of my newborn child. And this was the 4th in the family. So she said, wouldn't it be great if Farm Credit Canada could consider within its loan the opportunity to either forgive interest, defer some payments so that we could be able to go and hire an additional set of hands while I can make sure that I tend to children. Of course, I thought it was a brilliant idea. From a mother's perspective, I was certainly willing to jump in, but there was actually another reason that she wanted to share the story. She said, Justine, of course, it's important for me to be able to dedicate the time that's needed to take care of the children. But there's another aspect, and I'm going to tell you from a banker's perspective. Bankers are always looking to manage and mitigate risks. So she says, perhaps you don't realize what happens when I'm able to take a break from the daily operations and focus on my child. I get a chance to think. And when I could sit down, take a step back, and take a look at the accomplishments my husband and I have made, I also get a chance to dream. And what happens during that time is you will see me start to write all sorts of ideas down on a piece of paper during this break that normally I simply would not get. So, from a risk management perspective, you as a financial institution investing in ensuring that time is well spent is actually a risk mitigation approach because all those ideas will be turning into projects that will help us prosperous in our farm. I leave you with that as an example of how we divide our time as women, often sharing many responsibilities. And again, thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning.
Muchas gracias a la señora Justine Hendricks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Justine Hendricks. We also thank you so much for your courtesy of speaking in Spanish. It sounded great, so thank you so much. And also for the message that you have shared, acknowledging that women have several roles and so many challenges when we have to work, giving care as well. And now I'd like to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Nancy Andrea Moreno Luzano, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development in Colombia. Good morning, everyone. I was Secretary General at some point, and now I come back to my post as Director of Rural Women in the Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you, everyone. First, just Ika to give us a space for having invited us. Thanks to the government of Costa Rica for having received us. I really believe that everyone that is joining us in this forum of ministers and deputy ministers and high and level officials will find a very productive experience to us all. I want to share that as part of the process where we've been working and just to answer the panel's question, we've looked at several aspects that we consider evident but very strong and important, highlighting rural women in quantification of their productive responsibility and care. So that the first time we recognize and firmly believe that we need a process to give visibility to women's work. And that visibility includes giving visibility to the economy of care. And some of the aspects that have not necessarily been taken into account. Looking at the tools and what women have to do, feeding animals, having their orchards, everything that is part of the production mechanism, and that is not necessarily considered because they're not, strictly speaking, part of the large production of agricultural operations. We also need disaggregated data by each of the institutions, and I think that's the most difficult part for all of us working on gender-based issues. It has been, it still is, the matter of having disaggregated data specifically for women, not because women have not been made visible, or they have not been considered. Maybe they have been over-considered. So we don't have the real data in our policies to ensure we have cross-cutting policies with a gender-based approach that really transcend cross-cutting matters. Because sometimes if we say it's a cross-cutting theme, it's like we're everywhere and nowhere at the same time. So we really want to ensure that they become specific actions so that our women leaders that are in the territories can be transformed into consistent and relevant public policies for the territory they live in and responding to the needs that women have. And next is how to measure economic impact. What's the impact of not acknowledging the work of women in organizations in rurality? That means they have higher poverty dimensions, and the tool of working intrinsically with actions that are not directly related to production, or they're not benefiting from that productive process, but that are so much a part of that. The other is monitoring and evaluation or assessment of these and of public policies that are held or performed in the state and in the different institutions of government. And then how to make decisions that are evidence-based, that are truly related to the realities that women have to face every day. And that meant for us as Ministry of Agriculture and as the unit that thinks about women in rurality, how to find a way to structure these actions for women's organizations and from the rural world, especially a vision that was not contemplated beforehand. Access to land, for example, the efforts of structural agrarian reform, and how all this is evidenced and can be worked from an organizational level so that what women are doing can be really acknowledged. Colombia has a development plan, and in Article 84, it recognizes the economy of care as a productive activity for organizations and for women leaders. That has meant that today we have a project and we have a package of care for the whole country led by the presidency in Colombia, but this has also allowed all institutions working on gender to think about care very specifically and how we can work to ensure the rural aspect is considered. That means that now care is not just seen as an altruistic tool and not just as a means for women to take care of third parties, but women take care of water, the environment, the territory, the land. And that connection allows us to recognize our farmers in Colombia, changing the constitution and having a structural vision of how communities come back to the territory. And it's not an institution telling communities what they do, but the opposite. Communities telling institutions how we can work together to ensure we have stronger work in their territory. So care is not a matter of altruism, it is a matter of human rights, and it is a matter of specifically coordinating actions by the different actors in the territory. And here, particularly, especially in Colombia, we have a very specific situation. We have a law specifically for rural women. It was passed in 2002 and it is currently being updated. And we're trying to ensure we get that law updated according to our territories and these new visions. This law, in spite of it having passed in 2002, had never had its regulations issued. And so today, in government, we included that vision of change, and we want to also update some of the articles of the law. For example, one includes a fund for rural women development, and it's now a reality. We have ensured we have an operational fund, and some days ago I was also in an ICA event, and I had just launched the fund. So besides that, we're also having the first call for participants. That's the productive side related to care. But then also we have to think about care as something related to recognition, redistribution, and rethinking actions that women are doing as part of these processes. Thinking about the earth, the land in a country like Colombia entails talking about agrarian reform, agrarian redistribution. And so we have to talk about relevant access for women's organizations and women leaders to land. And so we have to face cultural challenges, political challenges, institutional challenges here, which are very clear because women still do not acknowledge the fact that they are owners of land. I've seen cases where when we go through different areas of the country, we go to cities in Colombia, and women tell me, I just don't believe I can own land because the landowner is my brother. That means that women still do not even realize they have rights. They have equity rights, access to land rights that they could take care of. So with that vision, the agrarian reform, we have to talk about access to land, land ownership, redistribution of land, and what that land is used for. We also have to look at where water is located, who is owning it at this point, so that these matters truly reach women's organizations. We also have rural outreach, but we have to think about it relevantly for the territories and the land. I insist on this because we've seen that if we don't really get to those territories with a vision of feminism and a process that is a decolonial process that is thought as including Afro-Colombian communities, indigenous communities as part of the process. If not, we won't really get the transformation we need. And we want to be respectful with age-old knowledge of these communities. And that's part of working with organizations to strengthen these points. Another specific point is to talk about sustainable, productive systems, and that are ones that are sustainable over time, and structures for rural development that really help make lives easier for women in these territories. This recognition allows us to think of rural care as feed, food, recollection, and use of animals for self-consumption, taking care of the home. That's all they do, and they don't get paid for that work. They're always the ones that take care of the animals and the orchards, the family orchards, but they don't receive any payment for that either. So we have given this concept of rural care, taking those into account, but also thinking not just in theory, but in practice. And how these projects, these productive projects that we are incorporating into our ministry, and also those that we are fostering in terms of agri-food sustainability, we can include actions such as the economy of care and especially rural care. We wanted to establish that difference, to have it be a separate process where we highlight and acknowledge rural work. We don't talk just about economy of care or care economy. Yes, that is important. It's helping us give visibility to the job of women in the home. But women are not just changing in their homes. When they improve their quality of life, they improve their setting, their territory, their community. And that care means that even within this project, we talk about community work, how women have an impact on their women, but also on their neighbors' lives and on the lives of each person that is living in their context. That means their whole ecosystem changes when her quality of life is impacted. Also included in this process is conservation and reproduction of animals and forest species. This year, we have a specific line of work from a productive process that was not included before, and it's very common in the Pacific side of Colombia. So a specific line for women that work with sea mollusks. They have to go to mangroves and remove the shells or the mollusks that they eat, and many times by that, the mangrove is damaged by that extraction. So what we're trying to do is to find particular incentives for women's organizations that live off these mollusks and that are working as such to replenish the mangrove. That entails they will have less resources. So what the Ministry of Agriculture did was open a specific line for them to provide compensation for the loss they are suffering, the economic loss for replenishing the mangrove. And it helps us all if they have or help us with environmental sustainability. This environmental sustainability has meant that the programs we have in the ministry are related to environment and sustainability in agriculture. We also included, as part of rural care, a way to process and transform food. So those working on transforming that raw material are also women, but the ones selling the products are not themselves the women. The men are the ones selling the products the women create. And they're the leaders of the productive activity. And they choose the activity for them. Actually, women don't choose what they will do. Mostly, it is chosen by the men of that family. But the women are the ones that have to see what to do. They prepare strawberry jams. They have coffees with added flavors and with different fruits. So those are the types of things that women produce in the territories, and they're the ones transforming food. And that process is related with selecting and storing seeds at the home. So those caring for seeds in territories are women as well. And for so long, they have been really claiming back the importance of seeds and avoiding consumption of seeds that have been transferred. And sometimes these are very scientific processes that mean the seeds are no longer as healthy for women. So women and for human beings. So women are the ones that are leading these types of organizations working in those territories and with this process.
The four additional points are traditional knowledge sharing, the care of body water bodies, necessary tools to ensure food of the family. I mean, those who are sustaining family agriculture, ethnic and community agriculture are women associations from territoriality. those who are sustaining food sovereignty are women, not only because they are the ones responsible at the cultural level to manage the food aspect, but also because they are the ones that care for in order to have food today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. They are the ones that care of this food because they are concerned for the kids not to lose food. And culturally, they have the additional burden to think and sustain this the aspect. The other point is the activity to supply the absences of access to public services. They reinvent themselves, but they are the ones that have to go to the rivers to wash their laundry in order to modify these actions, but they have generated these actions of reinventing, of not having public services, that they don't get the rural development, to think it differently, and they have generated in this action dialogue processes. In the Pacific, this called as rumors. So how I can tell my other colleague the situation that is happening to me, and there they start recognizing that the situation at home is a gender-based violence. They start recognizing that what the husband did or told them is not good, and they recognize it in the river doing the laundry. So this is the way for them to reinvent part of not having the rural development. And to conclude, this has led us to talk about how we think on these processes in relation to institutional matters that led us to move forward and thinking specifically in this cross-cutting, in this agrarian reform center. In the case of Colombia, who has experiences this armed conflict, we need to think about the agrarian reform, but also how violence has affected particularly women, because they have been particularly affected. In the first point, we have implemented the process of developing territorial groups or clusters with food, agroecologic, agro-industrial focus, but also associative focus. So it's about thinking in the Americas how we can articulate ourselves systematically and how the production of women from Chile, from Brazil, are articulated in their environment and how they can specifically connect to each other. The second point is the design and implementation of agroindustrial, agroindustrial clusters. And this is from a view of the farmer, but also from this territorial recognition, which goes beyond recognizing land as a productive material, but recognizing land as a home, recognizing land as the ancient center. The third point is to strengthening agrarian reform committees that we have been promoting from the Ministry of Agriculture and the center, and with the participation and governance of rural women and their capacity. The productive consolidation of farmer reserve areas that are made in the territoriality, and they recognize these new productive ways of farmers in the territory in order to generate actions that go beyond processes. And the last one is to promote agro-industrialization of family agriculture, community agriculture. I wanted to conclude with a sentence, and the sentence is precisely from Virginia, who expresses, it is not possible to find peace avoiding life. We cannot find peace if we do not recognize the territoriality and work of women in the territory that is not made visible, that we can change, reconstitute, and strengthen life in each one of our countries, and particularly in the case of Colombia, we love to call this Revolution for Life, led by women organizations. Thank you. Thank you for this explanation, Nancy. Now, we would like We made a short modifications. We're going to move to the video of Mrs. Sachel Torres, Deputy Secretary of the Department of Agriculture of the United States. It is a short message she sent us, and we will proceed to see it.
Good morning, and thank you for having me today. While I'm disappointed that I can't be with you all in person, it's still an honor to be introducing this wonderful panel of female ministers and discussing the great work the U.S. Department of Agriculture is doing. I'd also like to extend my appreciation to Director General Otero and IICA for their leadership in organizing this important forum that seeks to elevate and promote women in agriculture. My remarks today are going to focus on a couple of pieces. First, how USDA programs are already helping to build the next generation of farmers. And second, how global cooperation can call attention to and alleviate the challenges faced by women farmers. Women are critical components of our food system worldwide, but we're not always recognized as such. The reality is that often women who are responsible for feeding their families through practices like subsistence farming have fewer financial resources and less training. In the United States, we've made significant investments in technical assistance for underserved and beginning farmers, training programs, and local and regional food systems. Many of these investments have provided much-needed resources to support more women in agriculture. USDA has also been working to provide more equitable access to our programs, especially with regards to financing, which can be crucial for land access. We've made great progress on all these fronts, but there's still more work to be done. Events like this forum offer the perfect venue to exchange ideas and build upon the efforts already underway in our respective countries to ensure that women farmers have the opportunities they need to grow and develop. With that said, I'd now like to take some time to discuss an important global initiative in which USDA seeks your partnership. As you may know, the United States recently led the charge to designate 2026 as the International Year of the Woman Farmer. We're pleased to have 123 countries as co-sponsors of the initiative, which was approved by the United Nations General Assembly in May of this year. Many of the countries who signed on as co-sponsors are represented in the room today. I'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to all of you, all of the co-sponsors who are here today, for your support and leadership. Our hope is that this large coalition of partners sends a strong message in support of women farmers on the global stage. In particular, the International Year of the Woman Farmer aims to make progress in a few priority areas: improving access to credit and land, facilitating the adoption of climate-smart technologies, and creating educational, leadership, and mentorship opportunities for women in agriculture. We believe that progress in these areas can help close the gender gap to move the world closer to achieving food security, gender equity, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In 2026, the United States will also host the G20, making the International Year of the Woman Farmer a cornerstone of our presidency and the centerpiece of any agriculture ministerial. The world will be able to publicly celebrate the people responsible for half of the world's food production, and countries will be able to highlight policy solutions for moving forward. Whether your countries have officially co-sponsored the initiative or not, I encourage you to help us make the International Year of the Woman Farmer a success by assessing the status of opportunities for women farmers in your countries and developing a plan with tangible actions and metrics to empower these women. We encourage countries to share their successes and best practices so that we can all learn and benefit from each other, not only in 2026, but in the time before then and hopefully after as well. The goal is to create lasting change for women in agriculture. That will only happen through close collaboration between governments, civil society, NGOs, farmers, and other stakeholders. If we are to build more resilient agri-food systems that can combat food insecurity and climate change, then it's imperative that we invest in and support policies that alleviate the resource gap women face. For now, I look forward to our continued partnership and hearing what comes out of your conversations at this forum. Thank you for having me.
Bueno, agradecemos el mensaje que nos
We
envía
thank
la
the
subsecretaria
message sent by the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Agriculture of the United States. Now let's listen Mrs. Begoña García Bernard, Secretary of the State of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisher and Food from Spain. We also like to thank, because of the time difference, it's late for her.
Pues buenas tardes, ¿me escucháis?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Perfect.
Bueno, pues buenas tardes y buenos días.
So good afternoon and good morning for my colleagues. First of all, I want to thank the Institute Iberoamerican of Cooperation for Agriculture for inviting me to participate in this forum. It is a pleasure to be here with you, even more having a host, so beloved host country like Costa Rica, one of the countries where I gave some of the most important and satisfactory steps on my career. Cooperation and travel to for development, where I nourished from your rich networks of women that left a very important footprint in me. That was one of the best examples of things that could help us to make a real change, to generate a direct impact in life of people. And this, colleagues, is the engine of anyone with the vocation of public service. This, but for cooperation to development, is part of a higher scale work, a way that I go through for several years now in my different responsibilities as Secretary of State of the Government of Spain, or before as Agricultural, Rural Development, Population and Territory Advisor of the Extremadura Autonomous Community. And with that, we can achieve full inclusion of women to the agri-food sector, the improvement of their labor conditions, and their effective participation in the decision-making bodies. To do so, and the colleagues have mentioned this already, we need to support and promote public policies, feminist public policies, training and generational relay, the promotion and conciliation and participation of women in any phase of the sector, because the female presence must be incentivized in areas of the value chain and not to make them invisible anymore. And it is about extrapolating this not only to agri-food systems, but to any phases of our life. Agri-food sector is an ecosystem that could be used as a lever for all of us to live better, for youth and women, be the tip of the rope that reach not only companies, but also to rural areas. Without growth, profitable and sustainable growth, there's no future. And I want to talk today using some data that we have in the Diagnostic of Gender Equality in the Rural Environment published in July 2022, where rural women face a series of situations of disadvantage, specifically in the labor environment. Although in some aspects we have seen a reduction of the gender gaps compared to a decade ago. The rural labor situation is characterized by a low rate of employment, 56.8%, that is deeper in women, with 51.6% compared to the 60.6%. In comparative terms with in 2011, there is an important reduction of the gender labor gap, moving from 23 percentages to 9%. There is also a feminization of partiality of labor journeys and seasonality of contracts related to family responsibilities of care and the differences it generates. there is a salary gender gap, although this is reduced in the main categories compared to the data from a decade ago. There is a concentration of women and lower concentrations in the labor hierarchy. There is also in the rural environment a marked imbalance between men and women in the possibilities to conciliate life, family life, and labor life. The situation of women in the agrarian sector in the second quarter of this year, 2024, the branch of agriculture, cattle, silviculture, and fisheries groups 33% of the active population in Spain. And the holding of exploitations, 32% of people that are exploitation holders are women. And heads of agrarian exploitation, 29.92%. We'll talk later about the shareholding. The physical dimension of exploitation says that women have exploitations with less dimension. In the economic dimension, it says that women have 37% less than the national average. And in the cooperative positions of boards, according to the agri-food cooperativism, women represent 28.3% of cooperative partners, while just 10% are part of the ruling councils, and 4.8% have the chair of the agri-food cooperatives. So in relation to this data, what actions is the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food that I have the honor to represent is promoting? We promote different actions in order to reach the goal, which is to value, support, and make visible the key role of women. One, the shareholding. In 2011, the President Zapatero made a legislation about the share ownership law to make visible the work that all over the life women have been made by managing exploitations next to their partners or husbands. This shared ownership law in 2025, the ministry has a commitment to develop a bill of family agriculture to modify this law of share ownership by adapting it to the reality of the years we are living in. Through a line of specific grants annual with 1,800,000 euros, help to fund the quotas to Social Security institutions of these women. Number two, with a training and support program to rural entrepreneurs called Grow Together program implemented under the framework of a public-private cooperation through banks that are working with this ministry of a financial entity, through which projects of monitoring between entrepreneurs, training programs designed to supply the needs of rural women, and the generation of points of encounter among themselves are developed. Number three, making visible and recognition of successful cases of rural women with an annual delivery of the Excellence Awards to rural women. Last one took place last October 15, International Day of Rural Women. Awards to excellence in the agricultural sector, in the fishery sector, in the diversification of rural areas, and an honor award that was given. Number four, to support the Association of Rural Women through a line of grants for entities of women from the rural environment of 500,000 euros annually. Number five, reflection about the role of rural women through culture, access to culture, democratization of culture, to the organization of a cycle of movements of rural women. In 2024, it is present in 321 municipalities, 131 residents, senior homes, 8 film libraries. Also, there's an organization of different supplementary activities, up to 600 activities on coordination, absolute coordination for the first time with the Ministry of Agriculture, who is present in 21 exposures or exhibits with directors of Spanish movies or actresses in the rural world. Number 6, promotion of the role of women in decision-making places in the rural environment through journeys and educational actions. This is what the Ministry of Agriculture, Fishery and Food is making as a positive actions. Within the scope, we have our competencies. I also want to remind you that in 2022, the community agrarian policies approved through the European Commission, and Spain was the first country that spoke about applying the gender perspective within Pillar 1 of this agrarian policy, direct support to agricultural and cattle exploitations, making that in the supplementary payment to young people. If you're a young woman, you have a payment of 115% instead of 100% for a young man. And support to women. And in support, the support we're working in the generational relay, where more than 35% of young people that are joining the agri-food sector are young women. And right now we are concluding a roadmap of this promotion of the generational relay with a strategy of agri-food training that will be presented by the Minister Luis Claman before the end of this year, with guidance of inclusion to agri-food sector that we will submit. Everything will conclude with a sectoral conference with the autonomous communities of this country to continue working in the line of inclusion of young people and young women to the agri-food sector. If we add to this task in public services that are people as healthcare centers with the culture houses, and particularly with a free and public children education center from 1 to 3 years old, a project where the Minister of Education and Sport, Mrs. Pilar Alegría, is working. To conclude, I want to tell you that the words addressed by the responsible person of the United States. I want to tell her that the United States have had the explicit support of Spain for 2026, and we were going to continue working in all this that the rural women require from us, because without women, there's no future in the rural environment. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias por su
Thank
mensaje.
you for your message,
Excelentísima señora
Mrs. Begonia
la
Garcia,
secretaria de Estado del Ministerio de Agricultura,
Deputy
Pesca y
Secretary of the
Alimentación de
Ministry
España.
of Agriculture,
Antes de
Fishery and Food
nuestra
of Spain.
última intervención, quisiéramos pasar la palabra a la
Before our last
secretaria de
intervention, we'll
Agricultura y
give the floor
Ganadero
to the
Honduras,
Secretary of Agriculture and
Laura
Cattle
Suazo,
of
para
Honduras, Laura Suazo.
en un minuto el
In 1
cierre,
minute, she
ya que
will
debe continuar
close
con
because
los
she
compromisos de su agenda. Así que,
have to
por
continue
favor,
with the
secretaria, la
commitments of
escuchamos
her agenda. So
con su mensaje.
we're listening to you. Go ahead, floor is yours.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. It has been a gift to listen to this participation, some of them with more details than others, but all of them with a quite positive impact. We have taken note about these experiences, and I believe that here we can achieve one of the aspects we're looking for when we try to have this type of panels or forums or encounters where we have shared these successful experiences in relation to the importance of care with a territorial approach for gender gaps to be reduced, there are two main aspects. One is the care of children and adolescents, and another one is the one of third age women or senior women. Both groups are discriminated by age, or because they are too young and they cannot, or because they are too old and they have to leave. So I believe this is also a point we need to consider, right? As well as to recover the wisdom of senior women that have been working in this whole system, and that very often after a given age they leave the system. This is not the case of men. We celebrate them, we thank for their contribution, but it is frequent to find my colleagues of 8 decades working in key positions without any discrimination because of the age, while women, we rarely see them after 60, 65 years old. So I believe that there we lose the wisdom of women on aspects of their lives where they can contribute even more. Great participation, and I believe we need to connect with the other participants and leaders in order to see these country initiatives that exist. In general, I believe this is a permanent topic, as permanent are the actions we should try to do. Each one of us play different roles right now from the government side, but in other spaces, when the government periods end, as producer, rural women. Something very important here is to get united in efforts. AICA play a very important role because it gives us ideas, projects, policies, and gets us together with a thematic issue. I believe we need to try to move to action with some specific projects. I put on the table this initiative of being able to create a global fund, if possible, to start with some countries of state capital for young women that were able to overcome any adversity to graduate from universities, but without any opportunity for employment. They could be entrepreneurs from a rural environment. And to continue breaking these agri-food systems, good. Congratulations for you all in this situation. Thank you. Thank you, dear Secretary. It has been an honor to have your participation. So we wish you great success in your journey. Now, closing this space, we are anxious to listen to Mrs. Marcela Guiñaga, the Prefect of Guayas from Ecuador. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, AICA, for the invitation. We have focused in this important debate. First of all, I want to tell you that for the productive contribution of women in Ecuador, we need to talk about care. There's no question about that. Besides sustaining life, it is vital too for the development of the economy in our provinces and our countries. Just to mention some data, that was paid will be equivalent to 19.1% of the GDP in my country, being the most important activity in the productive sector. So what we provide in the general care system is wealth generation. And all of our economies have made this invisible. When we talk about having statistics, there's no question decision makers required for the current development, such as policy generations for our communities. Just to tell you that for 100 hours of unpaid work, women work more than 67 hours. This is the meaning in statistical terms. In Ecuador, the time rural women dedicate to work is even higher, 81.65 hours, weekly hours, compared to the 59.6. This deep inequality is even worse in rural women for several things. They have less availability of technologies because they do not have basic services, because there's no safe water, because Ecuador today does not have energy. And this is an overburdening of care, unpaid, unrecognized, and undervalue work. If the care work or without the care work, and no society could move on. So care makes possible that other productive actions can go on. According to the National Institute on Ecuador of Census, in Ecuador, our province, the province of Guayo, and the biggest province of the country, 65.2% of women are poor on time, while men represent an indicator of 12.2%.
The way time is used has an influence on our quality of life as women, on our well-being, and also represents a very important lack of what we could do in terms of capacities for women to be able to form part of educational dynamics, cultural, social, and political areas as well. In spite of their great support to well-being, care is something that socially and economically is undervalued, it's invisible, and the great challenge we have is to ensure it is recognized. Therefore, from our city at Guayas, we have implemented the first provincial system of care to ensure we give visibility to the people that have taken care of us historically and have a public policy that goes to rural and urban areas. Part of our pillars include reducing, redistributing, and recognizing care work. This is a series of services to provide care and free up the time of caregivers by providing training services and helping them generate income for their families with entrepreneurship. That's why the courses Priscilla was presenting is closely related to what we want to do. Digital literacy, medical care, veterinary care for household pets, legal and psychological assistance, laundry, and care of children to ensure these do not limit women from accessing the system. The system of care is for nationals, foreigners, and today we also are covering several Venezuelan women. The care services are provided through two strategies in the territory. First, we divide blocks or infrastructure, physical facilities in certain areas, and there's also a movable unit, the convoy of care. The blocks of care are part of the strategy. It's not just a genius idea we came up with because we're very brilliant, but it had international references from Colombia. So what we did is replicate what they did in Colombia, adapted it to our needs and the complexities of our context. And today we have 9 blocks, 9 facilities in the whole province of Guayas. Hopefully we'll have 25 covering all cantons of the province soon. And the convoy of care is it's not a facility that is physically present. It's a flexible opportunity, a transportable infrastructure. It's mobile infrastructure. It's just that, a convoy going around the province. It reaches the most distant areas, remote locations with the same services, except for the laundry services. For that, you would need physical infrastructure. We prioritized rural areas because that's where we have the largest inequalities and where our women are being most overloaded with care work. For example, part of the public policy we have, 36% of beneficiaries of agricultural programs, which are completely free of charge. We provide seeds, training, and different schools. They're all geared at women, 36%. For next year, we have a very ambitious goal to have the first agricultural census in our province of Guayas, where we will be collecting social and economic information to provide services to those mostly needing them in our communities. And to conclude, we have several challenges. What we've done is provide a space for this activity that is not visible in our economies, in territories and nationally. In future, we'd like to have a law of care in Ecuador and to ensure that this also gets a place in the country's national accounts, and for social and public policies to not be gifts or subsidies, but to recognize the efforts of women, especially in a society that still does not understand what care means, but it is included in curricula to allow care to become a source of income for families. So that's what we are doing in Guayas Province, Ecuador, and just to show you briefly a video. I can proudly say we're the first province to have a system of care to service women. Hopefully in the near future, we will have one of these facilities in each canton of the city, of the province.
Cuidando Vidas llegó para darte una mano. Aquí
Caring for
recibes
Lives
un
is here to
cuidado
help.
cálido como
You
el que
receive
les das a
care
los
just
tuyos.
as you would
Ven a
provide your
nuestras
own.
manzanas del cuidado y
Come to our
recibe servicios
facilities and
pensados
receive
para tu
services
bienestar y
brought
crecimiento.
to provide and
Sistema
help
de
with your
cuidado,
well-being
cuidando
and
vidas.
growth.
El primero del
Systems of
Ecuador y
care, caring
pionero
for
a
lives,
escala
the first in
provincial de
Ecuador
América
and
Latina.
pioneering in provinces
Recupera tu
all over
tiempo,
Latin America.
cuida de ti.
Recover your
Sistema
time,
de
take care of
cuidado de
yourself.
Guayas, cuidando
Guayas
vidas.
care system, caring for lives with equality
Prefectura
and
Ciudadana
moving
del
into
Guayas.
change. Province of Guayas.
Muchísimas gracias a la excelentísima señora Marcela
Thank you,
Guiñaga,
Your
presidenta
Excellency,
de
Ms. Marcela
Guayas,
Guiñaga
Ecuador.
from
Con
Guayas,
esto
Ecuador.
vamos haciendo el cierre
With
de este
that,
espacio.
we
Tuvimos
close
un recorrido bastante
our
interesante
panel.
sobre
We've
los
gone
esfuerzos que
through
realiza
very
cada
interesting
uno de los
experiences in
estados.
the different
Bueno,
states.
ahorita vamos por suerte a tener
We
más
now have,
espacios para poder
we will have more
discutir y
time
continuar
later on to
enriqueciendo
continue
este
the
diálogo,
dialogue.
por lo cual pues vamos a proceder
And now we
a
can
tomarnos
proceed
unos 20 minutos,
to
los cuales
take
vamos
20
a
minutes.
distribuir entre la foto oficial
We
del
need to take
evento.
the official photo
Vamos a ir
first,
primero a ello,
and
nos
then
van
we will have
nuestros
refreshments. So
edecanes,
we will
nos
have
van a hacer
ushers
el
letting us
recorrido
know
para llegar hasta las
where we will
afueras del
have the
CIMAC
picture
y
taken
posteriormente
outside
vamos
CIMAC,
a
and then
tener un
we
espacio
have
de
some time
refrigerio para
for
poder estirar, conversar un
refreshments,
poco
stretching
y
out,
regresamos al
chatting,
mediodía
and we'll
de
be
Costa
coming
Rica, la hora
back
de
at
Costa Rica,
12
para continuar con el
p.m. Costa Rica
siguiente
time to
panel.
continue
Entonces,
with our second
aquí
panel.
nos siguen virtual,
So those
estaremos
following
de
virtually,
regreso
we
en
will be
20
back in
minutos.
20
Muchísimas
minutes. Thank you so
gracias
much.
a todas y a todos y enseguida
We will
volvemos.
reconvene soon.
Por favor, ir ocupando nuestros asientos. Gracias. Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todas las personas que
Good
nos
afternoon,
acompañan.
everyone joining us.
Pero honestamente que hayan
I
podido
really hope that
disfrutar
you have
del
enjoyed
refrigerio
the
que acabamos de tener.
refreshments.
Yo soy Silvia Castellano, me
I
presento,
am
soy
Silvia
especialista
Castellano,
técnica en
as
el programa
technical
de equidad de
specialist
género y
on the
juventudes
Gender
aquí en
Equality
esta
and
casa, en el
Youth
Instituto
Program in
Interamericano de
the
Cooperación para la
Inter-American
Agricultura.
Institute on Cooperation for Agriculture.
Y bueno, para mí la verdad es que es un honor
And
poder
it's really
compartir
an
este espacio
honor
con
for
todas las
me to
personas que
share this
tenemos aquí en
space
sala
with everyone
presencial
that
y
we
por
have
supuesto
in
también de
person and,
manera
of
virtual.
course, those joining us virtually as well.
Así es como me permito darle la
Therefore, I would
bienvenida a
now
este
like
segundo
to
panel
welcome
del
you
día
to
de
this
hoy,
second
el
panel
apretado,
on
la
our
apretada agenda
very
que
full
contra el año
agenda
podemos
that
tener el
we
día de
have.
hoy. Este panel está titulado
This panel
Cuantificar los
is
cuidados en
on
los entornos
quantifying
rurales
care
y su
work in
impacto en
rural
las
settings
políticas de
and its
igualdad.
impact on equality
En este
policies.
panel vamos a tener
In
la
this panel,
oportunidad
we will
de
now have
resaltar
the opportunity
precisamente
to very
la
precisely highlight
importancia,
the
la relevancia que
importance
tienen las cuantificaciones
and
de los
relevance
cuidados
of
en los entornos
quantifying
rurales
care
y la
in rural
evaluación de su
settings and
impacto
the
en el
evaluation
marco
of
de
their
las políticas
impact
de igualdad.
in
Y
equality
bueno, pues para el
policies.
desarrollo de este panel me
For
permito
this panel,
brindarles una muy cordial
I
bienvenida
now
a las
wish
señoras
to
ministras, a las
welcome
señoras
the ministers
viceministras
and
y a las
deputy
altas
ministers and
funcionarias
high
de igualdad
officials
que nos están
on
acompañando en el día
equality
de hoy
that are
precisamente
joining us today.
para contribuir a este panel. Y sin más dilación
And without
y
further
sin intención
ado,
de robar más tiempo, un tiempo muy
I don't
valioso
want
para
to
que
take
nuestras
much more time
distinguidas panelistas
so that our distinguished
puedan dar
panelists
inicio con
may
todos sus aportes y todo
begin
lo que
their
tienen que comentar en el día
contributions.
de hoy. Me permito dar inicio
I would
extendiéndole la
now
palabra
like to give the
en primer
floor
lugar a la excelentísima
to
secretaria
Her
de la
Excellency,
Secretaría de
the
las Mujeres de
Secretary
México,
of
Citlali
Women in
Hernández
Mexico,
Mora,
Citlali
quien nos
Hernández
acompaña desde la
Mora,
virtualidad.
who is
Por
joining
favor,
us
secretaria,
virtually.
adelante.
Secretary, please.
Gracias, buen día a
Thank you
todas.
very
Un
much
saludo a
and good
quienes
day,
están
everyone.
de manera
Greetings
virtual
to
y de
those
manera
who are
presencial por allá.
joining
Pues
virtually and
primero
in
agradecer la
person.
invitación a
First
este
of all, I'd like to
Instituto
thank you
Interamericano de Cooperación
for
para la
inviting me.
Agricultura,
So thank you to
a la
ICA,
Comisión
the
Interamericana de Mujeres,
Inter-American
a todas las
Commission for
instituciones
Women, and all the
involucradas en la
institutions involved
organización de
in
esta
the
quinta
organization
edición
of
del
this
Foro
fifth edition
Permanente de
of the
Ministras,
Permanent Forum
Viceministras
of
y altas
Ministers, Deputy
funcionarias de las
Ministers, and High
AMPA.
Officials of the
Por supuesto,
Americas.
también pues saludar a las
And
ministras
of
y
course,
representantes
greetings
de
to all
Panamá, de
ministers and
Honduras, de
representatives from
España, de
Panama,
Chile, de
Honduras,
Santa
Spain,
Lucía,
Chile,
con
St.
quien
Lucia,
pues compartimos este panel.
with
Para mí es un honor, es un
whom we
gusto
share
acompañar
this panel. It's
esta
truly a
edición
pleasure and an
porque
honor
me
for me
parece
to
que
be
la
here
agenda de
with
cuidados
you on this edition. I
reconfirma la
think that
relevancia
the
para
agenda of
visibilizar
care
el
work is
aporte
so
que las
relevant
mujeres
to provide visibility to
históricamente
the
han
historical
tenido en el
contributions of
sistema
women in
agroalimentario.
the agri-food
Quisiera primero
system.
contarles que
I'd
México
first
vive
of
un
all like to
momento
tell you that
especial,
in Mexico, we're
particular,
going through a very
que
particular
nos llena
time,
de mucha esperanza, no
which
solo
gives
a
us
mujeres, sino
much room to
también a
hope
hombres,
for
porque en la
everyone, men
lucha
and
por
women.
la
In
justicia
the fight
social,
for
por
social justice
alcanzar la igualdad sustantiva,
and to
por
ensure we
garantizar los
have
derechos para todas las
substantial
personas
equality,
y sobre
guaranteeing
todo para
rights
todas las
to
mujeres, pues
people, but
estamos
especially to all
en un
women.
momento donde hay mayor
We
comprensión de que las mujeres
are living in a time where there's greater
debemos
understanding
aspirar
of
o
the
que se
fact that
deben
women
garantizar desde el
should
Estado
aspire and that the state
mejores
should
condiciones de
guarantee
vida
better
desde una óptica
conditions
de
of
que
living for
si
women. From the
reconocemos el papel de las
standpoint that if
mujeres
we
en nuestras
acknowledge the role of
sociedades,
women in
desde
society,
nuestros gobiernos, sin duda
starting from
abonamos y
our governments,
profundizamos
we
en
will
una sociedad
certainly ensure we have a better society. In Mexico, again, we are living through very hopeful times. We have the first female president of the country and the first female president of North America. And she has definitely set a clear roadmap to guarantee and continue guaranteeing rights to all women in Mexico, with an emphasis on those who historically and mainly have been discriminated, forgotten, whose rights have been violated because of the neoliberal policies. And when we talk about those women, we have to inevitably talk about the fact that these forgotten women, discriminated women, unrecognized women are the temporary workers and those who are working in factories and agriculture. And during these past six years, the president has said that she will be strengthening the system of care, starting with these temporary workers, agricultural workers, and factory workers. In the case of Mexico, rural women represent 21.2% of all women. This means it's 14 million women that are a priority for our president, Ms. Claudia Sheinbaum, and all the cabinet. According to the official figures, 2.3 million women living in rural areas in Mexico speak indigenous languages. 8.1 million, so more than half, are living in poverty or extreme poverty. So those who are responsible for producing food in our country, who produce over or around 50% of the food that feed our population in Mexico, are living in poverty or extreme poverty. The logic of serving them and recognizing them has been summarized by López Obrador, president, in the past 6 years, where he said, we need them to eat. Those who feed us have to eat. Rural women participate in agricultural activities. They work the land, they sow seeds, they take care of animals and to preserve nature. And they also guarantee food security for their communities and even our large cities. The figures tell us that they don't receive any type of paid remuneration for their work. And the landowners in Mexico, less than 20% are women landowners in Mexico. So another priority for this government, this administration, is to guarantee greater access to ownership of land for women, for these temporary agricultural and farm workers. Because this is profoundly excluding. How can it be that most land ownership is in the hands of men in this country? And if we add to that their domestic work, their family responsibilities, care, then they have limited access to rest, education, and other activities that can help them develop personally. Many of them are also living in hostile and violent environments. So we have to take care of this structural gap and inequality. It's something that we have to do if we wish to transform the realities of our peoples. And that's why we are called to follow that mandate that we use as our guiding star, our north in decision making for the good of all. First, let's look at the poorer women. So in this country, we're fighting inequality, we're fighting poverty, and the poorest women are in rural areas. They're indigenous women, and they have double or triple working days. And as I said, most of the time unpaid work. That's why the government of Mexico is now coordinating with different institutions to prepare effective action to have an impact on rural and indigenous women so that they can access and demand their rights to ensure they fully develop and participate in all spheres of life. We have programs to produce for well-being, fertilizers for well-being, development, outreach, building capacities in fisheries, in agricultural supplies. They're all part of a wide strategy that we have called Integrated Strategy for Women's Access to Land, Territory, and Recognition of their agricultural rights. For the first stage, what we've called the fourth transformation in Mexico with President López Obrador. With this strategy, we covered 16,000 women to help regulate their documents, to ensure they have land ownership and that they participate in representation bodies, in agricultural representation bodies. Many times, when women are starting to own land, they are still not allowed to participate in assemblies, in community assemblies, or agricultural meetings where the decisions are made. In this new stage of transformation, this program will continue, and we are thinking at least to benefit 150,000 more women in this first stage with technical advisory, training, and not just providing land ownership, but also empowering them to make decisions in their communities. There's also been economic empowerment modules created, providing information, advisory, training on finance, economy, entrepreneurship. And women, again, are doing the most unpaid care work. So to make this evident, to ensure we also have a good roadmap for this, in Mexico now we have measurement tools such as our National Survey of Time Use and the National Survey for the System of Care. The figures, the information we've uncovered through these surveys once again reveal that rural women in Mexico are spending an average of 38 hours per week to unpaid tasks related to the home. This includes preparing food, cleaning house, maintaining the household, and taking care of children, taking care of the elderly or people that have differentiated abilities. We're also progressing in recognizing women's rights and welfare during former President López Obrador's administration. And this stage, now with our first female president, we will continue transforming. And this is all under the mandate of Ms. Sheinbaum, the first Secretariat or Ministry for Women. I am honored to be the head of this, has been created under her administration. And we're starting by building a national system of care. This will be progressive, understanding that in 6 years, what can be done government-wise by calling different stakeholders of public and private life and looking at the limited budgets we may have will not be enough. Of course, 6 years is not enough to do everything we have to, but we will be strengthening this national system progressively in these years. And we want to have the rights of people to work, but also to care and be cared for, and acknowledging the needs of women to gain economic independence and substantial equality, with the intent of influencing their needs for care, for paid work, well-being, and ensure that this all leads to a life free of violence. This system also wants to be inclusive, sustainable, looking for social justice, equity, to control violence and have peace. And as I said, President Claudia Sheinbaum has asked us to start with this system, with a care system to support women, especially in the north of our country, because there, many of them work in factories and also looking at farm workers. I'd like to say as well that this effort of creating all the tools necessary for decision-making in public policies in favor of free life and free time for Mexican women has been gained with the collaboration of the College of Mexico, UN Women, and as I said, we have tools for those who are caring for others and also for decision makers with geo-references and real-time information where we have child care centers and others, as well as public services that are part of the system of care, with updated information on the reality of women and girls. And in Mexico, we already have a map of care. So nationally, we see where we have daycare facilities, where childcare facilities, all georeferenced areas where we have little infrastructure or no infrastructure or a lack of public policies so that we can better understand the whole picture of the system of care. And with these surveys I've mentioned, we also have gained much information, statistically speaking, on care so that we can better access all the public needing this to interpret the information and also, again, to provide visibility to the fact that women use much of their time in care. Again, something that has been normalized as part of our social role and unpaid work role, so that this helps us find tools towards a new stage. And of course, these tools are all available. They are there for you if you want. This is a part of a collaborative practice that can help strengthen and enrich regional experiences in care. And this is something that all our colleagues at the Women's Institute of the past government were working on. And I think that this has been a very interesting experience. To close, I'm sure that I'm running out of time. I think that exchanging experiences, having regional collaboration, the fact that we can just know about other experiences in different countries and what plans we have, this can all really help us join efforts to take action on, sadly, the most unequal continent in the world. And I'm sure that by coordinating and collaborating, we can bring better lives to women, girls, and teenagers, the elderly, diverse people in this great continent of ours. So to close, in Mexico, our aspiration is to complete our feminist agenda of care with a gender-based perspective. It's an intersectional approach, and we will continue adopting, as we are, legislative reforms to design, implement programs and policies and measures to transform the system, as well as to guarantee we have a budget that is enough for this integrated progressive system of care. Just yesterday, we had a meeting with our President Claudia Sheinbaum, and she's very much committed to opening a childcare center, a childcare facility in these types of large industrial parks and facilities where many women work in factories and have to leave their children alone, unfortunately, at home because they just don't have the place, they don't have access to anyone caring for them. So with our social security system, we will begin with these childcare facilities in industry workers, for farm workers as well, for women in different areas. And again, these are all available. We are ready also to listen to all of you, and the Women's Secretariat in Mexico that I'm honored to lead is there for you, and we are supported by a great team, and we really want to continue bringing efforts together in the whole region to ensure that women, all women, but especially women living in rural areas, to have better living conditions. And we would like to go ahead and invite you because we're going through this time, as I said, in Mexico. We're very excited. We feel we will move forward quite rapidly in our agenda that is important for us all, but benefits women. So it will be an honor to host in Mexico the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, to be held here in the city of Mexico, Mexico City, next year, 2025. And this year we will be commemorating the 50th anniversary of the first International Conference on Women that was held in Tlatelolco, Mexico in 1975. And so in that context, and in order to ensure we have the commitment of Buenos Aires moving forward, which was signed in 2022, our regional conference has the main objective for states in the region to define concrete actions to ensure we have societies of care, considering the priorities Mexico has proposed, highlighting the vision of care as as the basis for common good for all in society, and always considering cultural diversity and the rights situation of rural and indigenous women as well as Afro descendants, highlighting the importance of the environmental agenda and linking it to the work of care. So we'd like to reinforce the central role of women in our territories in building peace. We're also peacemakers. We are building a network that's called country carers in community networks to strengthen this role that women are already playing in their communities, and so that they can contribute to build peace in Mexico.
We want to take many topics to debate. Others probably will emerge to continue feeding and complying the challenges of our countries. Hopefully, you can support, you can join this encounter in Mexico next year. In a couple of weeks, we're going to give an indication to start an important discussion around the system of progressive care, but the implications for our society and in the different deep changes that we need to struggle. Inequality, violence, poverty, and another series of exclusions we have experienced historically, we as women. So hopefully we can meet and greet here in Mexico. I thank you for your patience. If I took more than the time allowed, I thank you for this space, and I greet everyone in the panel, virtually and in presence. And I hope we will see you soon. Bye. Thank you, Secretary, for mentioning the pertinence of the care agenda, particularly your measurement, which is something that gathers here today, and the contributions rural women have had and continue having in the agri-food systems. For example, there may be the use of tools, effective tools commented by the Secretary, like the time use, and precisely to give a little role to women that normally have up to 3 journeys, but live with a job that is completely invisible. So we remain with a sentence as expressed by the Secretary today. So we need to feed those who give us, who feed us for the common well-being of the society. Thank you very much. And let's continue with the participation of the Minister, Niurka del Carmen Palacios, Minister of Women's Affairs in Panama. Good afternoon, everyone. In Panama, 17% of the population are rural women. This reaches 622,887 women. Out of that, they are focused in activities like animal breeding, fisheries, agriculture, farming, plants, and care activities. Only 2% has the right or is registered as landowner. All of them have the right to own land, but only 2% of the total of owners and the public registry are women. There is 10 to 15% of them that have it in conjunction with a son, if it has if she is a divorcee, or with a husband. So the idea is to generate public policies minimizing the barriers that in order for them to have access to land. We have a law, the law 431 of 2024. We are the third country in the region, along with Uruguay and Colombia, with an integrated system of care that emphasizes the work of caregivers in the different phases of life. It contributes to gender equality, to recognize the right of women that take care unpaid or paid, mainly women that take care of the other group of the family. Adult population is 12% of a population of 554,831 inhabitants. We consider that for 2030, this figure is going to be 16%, and for 2050, it will reach 24% of the population. The objective of this project is that both girls and adolescents and senior people requiring care have a more professional offer of care. We created a diploma and training for caregivers in attention to senior people in situation of dependency. There is a pilot program with 120 students. We have made this professional. Component one, strengthening and expansion of care services programs. Component two, training of caregivers and communication for transformation, for future transformation. This model is for 42 families and has a modality of home care possibilities that has spaces in order to improve the autonomy of the person that is being cared, to support the user in conducting management for the daily activities, in having access to services and volunteer resources according to their requirements, to support the user in conducting activities, physical activities, cognitive activities, and rational activities according to what they require, to establish participation links with the family, raising awareness in the coverage of the basic needs of the user to improve his or her life quality. This progress and the work conducted has been done along with UN Women from the international organizations. Care policy as a case study. We developed the country diagnosis. We designed an inclusive model. We promoted the co-responsibility in a social study of care in order to measure impact. In our time use survey, we are aware that the last one was conducted almost 8 years ago. We identified that women work 9 more hours on a daily basis compared to the average man. This survey indicates that the activities carried out by a population of 15 years old or more are divided in personal needs 64.6%, paid work 15.6%, family and sociability 11.3%, and free time devoted to study or tertiary income only 11.2%. In conjunction with absorbent activities, 78% of the time used by the population. In relation to these domestic activities, we see that the excess of weekly hours for women is almost 189.3% compared to men's. This condition is more sensitive in the following activities: cooking activities, clothes activities, care of adolescents, minors, or senior people, those with a condition that not allow them to work on their own, care of chronical sick persons, where the percentage is assessed up to 221% and 162%. In Panama, we currently, the arrival of the new president, we are developing public policies that could guide the work of rural women. We have a project entitled From Panama to the World, where they could be located, and meaning that their entrepreneurship could be seen by the world. In Panama, we used to buy using Amazon a lot, so they can put their products in Amazon to sell everything related to the artisanal activity. For all this to be used, and they can generate public policies this way. We are also in coordination for soft credits become a formal way of the organized group of rural women that can work. Currently, we are accessing a credit of $150 million for the country, and the component committed for rural women can get up to 25-30%. This is the commitment that from the new institution of the Ministry of Women, we are developing with rural women in Panama. Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for your contribution. How important what you have said, knowing that Panama has initiatives that work in recognizing the rights of women that work paid and unpaid and care activities, and how important to be able to generate this education in order to strengthen professionalization of care, not only to provide them, but also to receive them. How enriching is to know that the social co-responsibility is being promoted, very important under the framework of care through their measurement, something which is vital precisely to work in this visibilization of care and hopefully to increase a little bit of this 11.2% of free time women in Panama have in order to increase this free time for self-care activities or entertainment activities. Thank you so much, Minister. We really appreciate your contribution. Now, I'm going to give the floor to Mrs. Cindy Larissa Rodriguez Mendoza, Vice Chancellor of the Secretariat of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation from Honduras. Go ahead, floor is yours. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings, warm greetings from the first woman president in Honduras, Mrs. Omara Castro Sarmiento. She has asked me to express to you her pleasure in this fifth edition of the Permanent Forum of Ministers, Vice Ministers, and High Officials of the Americas. I also want to congratulate the AICA for promoting this important space of dialogue and reflection at the highest level. Also, I want to thank this institute for the cooperation and the joint work we have in our country that as gender as cross-cutting axis. Honduras attributes special pertinence to the care considered as a vital task, not only for the individual well-being, but also for the collective well-being, also for the progress of societies and economies all over the world. Besides the contribution, these contributions are vital to achieve global objectives of sustainable development. Quantification of the care task is still a challenge of international pertinence. Therefore, Honduras faces a series of this that are quite significant in terms of quantification of the care activity in the rural environment. Some of them I will mention some of them. The lack of recognition to the care activity, as it has been addressed here, from making invisible this task. Therefore, Honduras works hard in that aspect. The limited access of data, we have discussed as well, the standards imposed that have become normal, particularly in rural areas. Education and training, that all of us know, training or education generates awareness, particularly in these topics of care, and that should be obligations and rights that have to be shared. Lack of public policies and the need of activities. Care activity includes a series of activities that may be hardly measured. So this complicates the task of developing standardized metrics for quantification purposes. As stated, we recognize the challenges we face. We are firmly working towards the construction of an integrated system of care that considers public policies with emphasis in recognizing, reducing, and redistributing the care task. In this line, I would like to take advantage of of this important space to share with you some of the significant progress made in the government of our President Iris Omar Castro Sarmiento in gender matters. Number one, in our government plan, we have included the gender perspective as a cross-cutting line, mandatory in state planning under the logo, anything on us without us. The creation for the first time in Honduras history of the Secretary of Women's Affairs, National Policy of Women, and the third plan of equality and gender equity, the protection law of women victims or survivors of violence, the protection law of women in the context of humanitarian crises, natural disasters, and emergencies. The creation of the line 114 for prevention and immediate response to take care of women in violent situations. The policy of state of agri-food sector 2023-2033 that considers the gender approach and the participation of women. The creation of the national program of solidarity credit for rural women, Credit Mujer, and the creation of the Cabinet of Care, whose purpose is to establish a space of governance for the creation of a care system in the country. In conclusion, it is important to mention, and I'm pleased to share with each one of you, that Honduras is currently working in the process of formulation of the first holistic policy of care. It is an initiative, the main objective is to recognize the rights of caregivers, to make visible their contribution to the economy, and to address cultural standards related with gender roles and stereotypes associated. We will include the perspective of migrant caregivers and families of origin, ensuring this way an inclusive and integrated approach of deep commitment of our President Castro in the women's agenda. Thank you very much. Excellent contribution. Thank you very much. Particularly interesting, if you ask me, to learn about this perspective in Honduras, meaning that the main axis in relation to care provision has a lot to do with the collective aspects and not so much with the individual aspect. For example, to have more sustainable, egalitarian, and fair societies. We really appreciate the way the challenges faced and such as the construction through the construction of a system of care in Honduras that eventually could recognize, reduce, and redistribute this care activity. And thanks for showing us the examples to address these challenges made from public policies in Honduras, particularly. Admirable, not only with us and national policies, but including a policy of the state, a policy of the state with gender approach under the framework of agri-food systems. So the truth, with such interesting words, we keep, which are about us and on us. Thank you, Vice Chancellor. So now let's continue with the participation of Mrs. Luz Vidal Wiricreo, Undersecretary of the Ministry of Women and Gender Equality in Chile. Go ahead, floor is yours. Thank you.
Mari Compuche, Incheta Luz Vidal Wiricreo Piñén, Subsecretaria de la Mujer y Equidad de Género.
Undersecretary of Women and Gender Equity. As I used to do in these forums, I also greet you in my language, and this accompanies the policy developed by the President Gabriel Boric, as I was also, as Alejandra Mora was greeting. So I greet the group of the World Bank, I particularly greet AICA for calling us once more to place this policy so necessary for women, policy related to rurality, but also included including the indigenous regard. I agree with the Costa Rica's government, but I particularly want to greet you all, representatives of states of the nations of Latin America and Caribbean, because we have a common agenda for the benefit of the society as a whole. The government of President Gabriel Boric, through the creation of the National System of Support and Care, aims to make visible the unpaid care as it is, as work that has to be recognized in the countries and by the economies through figures delivered by the community Mujeres. The Central Bank of Chile considered that for 2020, that the care work represented 25.6% of the expanded GDP, a higher contribution compared to any other economic activity in the country. This activity was mainly conducted by women, contributing with 73.4% of the work. That is why Friday, June the 7th, the 2024, we signed the bill that created the National System of Support and Care framework and the National System of Support and Care Chile Cuida. The creation of the National System of Support and Care has the purpose to contribute to a new social organization of care in order to take care, assist, and support people requiring so, and to reduce the gender gaps through a model of social co-responsibility. In creating this national system of care, 10 ministries are working, plus special guests that add to the creation of this system. That is why the importance that we are considering today as a policy of the state in Chile, because we see this in order to include it as the fourth pillar of social security, along with health, education, and social provision. Our policy has different approaches. The approach of right, gender, course of life, intersectionality, community, intercultural, and territorial approach. We understand that the realities and needs of those who provide care and who are cared vary significantly depending on where they are performing. It is not the same to take care in urban areas, to provide care in urban areas than in rural areas. In Chile this year, we're going to build 40 community care centers. 20 are going to be located in rural areas. Also, our ministry, the Ministry of Women and Gender Equity, is developing the care buses. The aim of these buses is to take the public offer we have nowadays to provide care to the rurality. The quantification of the care task has been a big challenge for our country. Currently, we are implementing, along with the National Institute of Statistics, a new version of the National Survey of the use of time. They are not focusing on identifying the use of time in rural sectors. As I was saying, to take care in rurality is not the same compared to the urban areas. When you open the refrigerator and everything is there. In rurality, we build, we plant, we care. We take care of the senior people, of the children, dependency people, and we also need to take care of the environment. This national survey of time use is focused on identifying the use of time in rural sectors, and we pay special attention. The objective of this is to appreciate the creation of public policies aimed to reduce the gender gap by measuring the unpaid work and the design of the national system of care. The node will allow to know how many people have specific activities for how long by facilitating the quantification of the unpaid system. The last version of La Node that took place in 2015, and it is recommended to make it every 5 years. Because of the pandemic, we didn't do it, so we have decided to retake the study, including the application of the survey in rural areas. This survey is vital to measure and recognize the domestic unpaid work and the care task, aspects that are invisible in our society very often. As a government, it is essential to have this statistical information to progress in creating the national care system. With this system, the aim is to institutionalize landhood and to ensure the sustainability in time, allowing to assess the progress of this matter through time and by the implementation of new policies. It is vital to continue progressing in the care scope and to focus our public policies in rural areas of our countries. It is also vital to continue progressing in matters, in care matters, and to promote the rural policies in our country, but without leaving anyone behind. As ONU Women orders us, and we have owned this logo, this lemma. We are committed to progress on a national system of support and care whose principle is equality, universality, autonomy, and co-responsibility. Since we cannot progress towards an egalitarian society without co-responsibility in care. We have the capacity to generate strategic partnerships in order to strengthen the support and resources available for women in the rural sector through the mandate created and the instrument when the Ministry of Women and Gender Equity was created 8 years ago. And this is the cross-cutting mechanism. And nowadays, the PMG, which are the programs of improvement for management for each portfolio. Currently, we are working along with the agricultural sector, with which we have more than 30 commitments for 2024, distributed mainly in political measures and a public program developed by the Service with Gender Perspective in process of provision of goods and services with gender perspective and studies, data, and statistics with the information broken by sex and gender analysis. Since 2022, we take the relationship with the National Group of Rural Women. Currently, there are some 19 farmer organizations that constitute this group. It is important when public policy is nourished from the vision of civil society. This year, we have conducted sessions of the National Group. We have provided a follow-up of actions committed by services through the submission of, for example, irrigation programs of the National Commission on Irrigation, the regulation of the small property conducted by the Ministry of National Assets. We are including ILO to this group of work, AICA, FAO, and CONAVI, which is the National Corporation of Indigenous Matters.
All these organizations are trying to strengthen this public policy to ensure no one is left behind. I will also refer to another mechanism provided by international organizations. We've placed an important emphasis from our ministry on it. Resolution 1325 incorporates special protection to environmental defenders. Chile is today creating its third plan that will bring together a response mandated by this organization. Because we are providing special protection to women that are environmental protectors, as we understand what it means to defend the environment against large industries and the resources, the means that they have available, and also the unprotected areas, and because of the production model in our countries, place them at great risk. From the Ministry of Women and Gender Equality, we have also used a mechanism, which is our Equality Fund, to transfer several $1 million, over $800 million, for different public policies that directly benefit women. In government, for our budget in 2024, to be executed in 2025, over 40% of the resources are for growth and budgets that will cover services for those who have provided care for many years and which were invisible. As we've said, all public policy needs to have its budget. If not, we're just having nice declarations that won't change women's realities. all these efforts and work are being done to continue moving forward for women's rights, especially rural women. And in areas and venues such as this, we bring them forward to all of you. And again, we share our experiences available to all countries and states. And as Ecuador said, we're not reinventing the wheel. We are simply collaborating to ensure that our diverse America can continue moving forward in equality and development. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por sus aportes, subsecretaria.
Thank you for your contributions, Deputy Secretary, and thank you for making visible the fact of unpaid care work and how relevant it is in the context of measuring them. And it's particularly interesting to hear the work being done with the National Survey on Use of Time to reduce gender gaps as well, such as all those where you have inequalities and where the economy of care and the issue of care is at the very center, which really works to impact all other inequalities. It's all fundamental to give that first step, to give visibility to these measurements and measures taken to ensure that public policies can truly be implemented. And as you've said, public policy absolutely has to have a territorial approach, a gender-based approach, and always having their budget. If not, then the task is much harder. So it's not the same to take care of others in rural areas and urban areas, as you've highlighted, and also we do not want to leave anyone behind and remind ourselves of the importance of multisectoral work that we see has been a great example in the government of Chile and agriculture. Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary. And now I give the floor to Ms. Sheila Imbert, Permanent Secretary of the Department of Labor and Gender Issues in St. Lucia. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me first apologize for the absence of Dr. Virginia Albert Poyot, who would have loved to be here, but was unable to due to unforeseen circumstances. She has sent her greetings and well wishes. I would like to thank the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture and the Inter-American Commission of Women for the opportunity to participate in this important forum and to share with you St. Lucia's experience. St. Lucia is a small island in the Caribbean, 238 square miles, with a population of approximately 180,000 people. Some of the major challenges faced by our small island in quantifying care work in rural areas include, but are not limited to, the lack of structure, the informality of care work, cultural norms and gender roles, and most significantly, the lack of data. Much of the care work in rural areas in St. Lucia, like many other small islands, is informal, carried out by family members or community members without formal recognition or payment. This makes it difficult to measure and quantify, as it is often invisible in labor statistics and economic assessments. There is no data on time use in St. Lucia, and a time use survey has never been conducted for our small island. This is mainly attributable to the prohibitive cost of such survey, but also to the fact that there is no structure or system in place to capture data on the amount of time women in rural areas spend on unpaid care work. As a result of the lack of data, policymakers are unable to develop policies or strategies that are precise, articulate, and deliberate in addressing the gender inequality faced by women in rural settings. Notwithstanding the lack of data, the government of St. Lucia has implemented some strategies to assist with the challenges faced by families which require assistance for providing care for the elderly. One of which is the home care program, which has in excess of 800 beneficiaries with a staff complement of just over 500 persons. While the program is functional, it is difficult to assess its true cost and effectiveness. The value attributed by way of wage to caregivers is ad hoc and not supported by evidence. And this is simply because the data just does not exist. In many rural communities, care work, particularly domestic chores and caregiving for children or the elderly, is considered a woman's responsibility and is not viewed as work in the traditional sense. Women engaged in care work often have multiple roles, such as farming, managing household chores, and caregiving. The blending of these roles make it difficult to isolate and quantify the time spent specifically on care activities. Assigning a monetary value to unpaid care work is challenging. Care work is not included in gross domestic product calculations, making its economic contribution invisible in formal economic measurements. This cultural perspective has led to underreporting on care activities. The women of childbearing who engage in farming and agro-processing are often taking on dual responsibilities of childcare and their income activity. As such, it is not uncommon to see a mother at the market with her infant in a stroller. Those who engage in agro-processing often do so from home, where it is easier to care for their children and produce and conduct business. The women caring for children, persons with disabilities, and elderly persons usually have no social protection, no national insurance or other forms of insurance, no medical benefits, do not qualify for public assistance, and are not economically independent. Often, those they care for also have none of these benefits, and whatever little resources they acquire from work have to go into providing attention and medication for illnesses associated with poor diet and lifestyle. These factors collectively contribute to the underestimation and undervaluation of care work in rural areas, making it difficult to accurately quantify its scope and economic impact. Noteworthy, although more women are engaged in agriculture, St. Lucia has never had a female Minister of Agriculture or female permanent secretary. Having said so, I will selfishly add that maybe, just maybe, this would be a first step to addressing these issues of unpaid care work in St. Lucia, as women are better able to understand and relate to this dilemma. Given the myriad of challenges highlighted, there is need for behavior change through public education and sensitization around unhealthy gender stereotypes and norms. Our society must begin to understand that care is a joint responsibility of men and women, and that the burden of care ought not to fall on women. National policy must therefore address, in a very clear and articulate manner, a plan for changing perception on gender roles. This implies addressing the language of laws, policies, and practices. St. Lucia is committed to introducing care policies and welcomes the model law on care introduced in 2022 by the Inter-American Commission of Women and the guidelines for implementation of corporate co-responsibility for care. We remain open to partnering with the international community to address the gender inequality gaps that exist as a result of unpaid care work in our region. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Sheila Imbert, Permanent Secretary, for your words on St. Lucia. It's really interesting to hear the realistic perspective of all the challenges that we still have and that we are also all facing. And I think many of us are just starting these discussions. We have challenges, yes, because the surveys are so costly. They are highly costly. Also, in rural areas, it's very difficult to have the necessary infrastructure for care to be provided and received with a dignified manner. And very particularly, domestic and care work is considered fundamentally a woman's job, almost exclusively. Very interesting point that Ms. Sheila Imbert brought up is the importance of incorporating in the GDP domestic work in the GDP. These efforts for measurements in international organizations, some countries have started working on. We would love to see this as an important step that contributes to visibility. And you've shared something that is common to many countries and how important it is to really give visibility to all the work women are doing. In spite of all the challenges, St. Lucia is an example of a country in the Caribbean in terms of care. Even if they're not measuring data, they still have their programs. They still trust and know that they have to work on this. And something that's truly interesting is all the joint work of all the stakeholders in the system to quantify the results and to address the challenges. Thank you so much for your participation. The Permanent Secretary of St. Lucia, Sheila Imbert. And I'd like to close this panel with a few words, highlighting the importance of quantifying to visibilize, to have a territorial, multi-sectoral approach, a gender-based approach, and quantifying to help contribute towards fairer societies in all countries and all our continent. Thank you so much for everyone's contributions. Excellent. Of course, we did not expect anything less, and it has been a pleasure to moderate the panel. Thank you. All right, then we have lunch, which I'm sure all of you have been waiting for. So we now have 1 hour for lunch. We will reconvene. So it's 1:15, 1:16 in my clock. So we'll be back here at 2:15, 2:15. And for those following us virtually, we will continue streaming in 1 hour. Again, we will have ushers telling us where we will be having our lunch. Thank you so much.